You made it. It's a Friday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
Chilly start at 46 degrees, but we'll be up into the low 70s.
Gonna be nice.
Beautiful, sunny all evening long. Tomorrow, high of 76. Partly cloudy Sunday, high of 75. It looks like the rain holds off until the middle of next week.
All right.
I'm going to burp into a microphone.
All right.
Got
You
that
all
going
right?
for us? Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I got some yogurt stuck right in this part of my throat.
Bet you do. Usually you clear that out pretty good.
Yeah, dry?
Yeah,
Okay.
right here.
We're going to have a friendship talk right now. That's what we're going to do.
Friendship
We're going to have a
talk?
friendship discussion because
Okay.
something
Who's
happened.
friends here?
You
Somebody coming in?
talking an awful lot of junk for a guy who's got a cup of Dunkin' sitting next to him. don't you?
Oh, man.
No,
What a friend trap that was.
no. This is what we're going to have a talk
Snare
about.
trap.
This is what we're going to have a talk
That's why
about.
you don't take the bait.
I did.
You should have just gone without it.
No, here's what happened. This morning, again, Tommy comes in. Da! Grab my coffee. Da! I go, it's in your car. No, I left it at home. Da!
I know. Right on the counter.
It's right there, man. Sitting right there. So, because again, if Tommy doesn't get his coffee, it sucks for everybody
I'm
in
a
this
junkie.
room.
I'm a junkie. I admit it.
And it's not like there's a place where you can get free coffee here.
I ain't touching that stuff.
Oh, you're not touching that stuff?
My lips have never touched radio station break room coffee. Ever.
So here's the thing. Because we are friends, we've been friends for a long time, I'm happy to help you here. I know you don't know how to work Uber and Uber Eats and DoorDash and all that stuff. So I go, hey, man, hey. I'll just order your coffee. And every time this happens, we do this same stupid dance.
What's that dance was that?
Well, I'll go, hey, well I'll grab Uber Eats. What do you want? And you do this. No, don't worry, no. You're like, no. What, you want to? You want to?
Well, you push it on me.
What do you mean I push it on you?
You push. And then you rub it in my face after you push.
I
You push and you rub.
I wasn't
Rub
rubbing
and
and
pushing,
pushing and
and
rubbing.
rubbing.
Look, I would not be saying a word about this had it not been for the interactions this morning. Because here's the thing.
And then I said, what do I owe you?
Okay, we'll get there.
All right.
We all know when you forget your coffee that I'm going to order coffee. We know that in the end there will be coffee paid for, delivered here. So why every single time you insist on doing this dance of like, no. It makes,
Common courtesy.
No, but it's not because I know it's BS. I know you. I know you feel like you have to say nah when you're about to tell me what you want to order.
What if I did the other? You'd be the same. If I
No.
was like, where is it?
No,
You'd be the same way, man. So I'm courteous and polite. I get lit up. If I'm a dick, I get lit up. I can't win.
I think in these situations, you always feel like you have to fight it a little bit.
Yes.
No matter who it is. Like, you always have to say, no, really, it's okay. And if that person persists, then you can say, all right, okay, yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
No,
but I think you do initially, for whatever reason, maybe it just comes naturally, you feel like you have to say no.
Not right.
Anyone else fine? No, I'm serious, man.
Please,
the things.
explain it to me. But
I'm trying to.
in your light blue cup.
I'm trying to. Okay, give me the coffee back right now. Give it back.
His hat
Where did you
would
get a
match your
job at the
outfit.
Gap?
Shut up. It doesn't even he's so bad. He's not even making sense.
I don't know about the Gap.
Bro, anybody else in this building, I understand. How long have we known each other?
Since you were a child.
How many times have we done this coffee thing?
A few times.
Coffee dance?
Yes, the dirty coffee dance that we do when you can't remember your
Coffee
coffee.
cha-cha.
When I go, what do you want? Just tell me what you want, and I'll order the damn
If I
coffee.
didn't like that, it would be,
No.
you just expect it,
No,
man.
why? I expect to be paying for it at least once a month, so it's no big deal. So here's what happens. Again, because I don't want to order just one cup of coffee, I got to do the walk around to see if anyone
And
else.
you love it.
Yes, I love
well,
it.
first of all, you love going around to talk to
You
everybody.
do like
Just-
to make your
Oh
stops.
my God!
and
God!
then he wants to look like King Coffee's coming by.
King Coffee.
Take your order. Can I take your order, please? Hey, what can I get for you?
Give me it back.
You know what? I already
Give me
have
back
that
the coffee.
filthy lips all
Oh
over.
no, I want it. I want you to watch me.
He
dump
will
it
drink
into the
that cup of
garbage.
coffee just to do it into your face.
Yeah, you know what? I will. I hate coffee, and I will drink it. All right, so I go down, talk to Moose on PXY, grab what he wants.
And of course, he's King Glom. Moose jumps right on it.
You did the same thing.
No, I didn't. I didn't glom.
Where'd that cup of coffee come from?
I don't know, Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah, okay.
Dunkin' Donuts.
So go down to the B, Hope, the country station. She grabs something
She's a
for her.
glommer.
Oh my God.
She's a kid. She's a glamour. She doesn't know any better.
It's all coming off of your order.
Exactly. None of this would be happening if it wasn't for your dementia-laden head leaving your goddamn coffee at home. So the coffee shows up. Awesome. Bring it in.
Quick. By the way, man, fast.
Well, yeah, because most people don't forget their coffee at 5:15 in the morning. So, go drop off Hope's order. Go drop off Moose's order. They're both very thankful. I come in. And
Did they tighten you up?
No, I won't take money. I'm not going to take money from them.
Well, look at you, man.
It's a couple of cups of coffee.
Look at you.
What?
It's a lot of money.
Shut up.
So you got to be down 15 easy. Plus tip.
I think it was like $13
plus tip.
Plus tip. And it's a big tip, too.
Yeah, so you probably almost $20.
Okay. Yeah.
I wish I had $20 to spread around.
Yeah, I wish you had $20 too, so you could pay for the coffee I bought you.
I offered.
Okay, but here's the thing. That's the other thing that really pisses me off. Because you know I'm not going to take money from you. You know it. So why do you do the what do I owe you every time? What do I owe you? Every time. And you know I'm not going to take it.
All right. That's on you.
Okay. Oh, it's on me? Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
How much did that cup of coffee cost?
I'm going to guess $4.
Oh, yeah, because you don't know because you didn't pay. It was $5.50.
I can send it to you through Verbo.
If I said to you, if you go, what do I owe you? And I go $5.50, what would you have done?
I'm going to give you $5.
You would have.
$4.75, $5.
No, $5, and that would have been the end of it? You would have given me the $5, and that would have been the end of it?
Yes.
Okay.
Chintz.
Yeah, thank you. The second I left this room, you turned to me. Chintz, your office about coffee trying to look all big.
The amount of alcohol I gave this kid underage, risking my own life.
He's still in debt to you?
Oh, my God,
Risking
forever.
your own life.
You could float a battleship in a booze this kid used to drink.
No one else wanted to hang out with you. You were down to paying for drinks for 15-year-old kids.
I could have gotten plenty of 15-year-olds at the bar.
Look at me, man. I don't want to do this dance next time.
Right.
Next time you forget your coffee.
Legit, I'm good.
No. I'm happy to do it for you. Don't do the stupid. No. Don't do the stupid. What do I owe you? Because you know you ain't paying me. You know we're ordering coffee, and it just makes you look like an idiot. And also, how about be a little more appreciative? Walking around, coffee job.
I feel like you could have avoided this by just going and grabbing a cup of coffee. You would have had time between when you got here to when we started.
Wait, to
the
go
show.
back to a Dunkin'?
Yeah, there's one right down the street.
40 minutes.
Where's the closest Dunkin'?
It's literally right down the street. And then there's the
on
one
State?
There's the one on Monroe Ave too, right?
Yeah, but I wouldn't have made it in time.
Bro, we got 40 minutes. It takes you 5 minutes to drive to Monroe right now.
Next time I'll do that.
No, you won't.
No, yeah, I will.
No, you won't, because you don't like walking to your car when you forget your coffee in your car. You bitch about that.
I had to go up there and get sweetener.
God, you live such a charmed life, and you just complain about it the whole time. It makes me hate you so much. Can I also bring something else up?
Oh, no, why not?
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy forgot his coffee again this morning. And we have to do the get Tommy his coffee dance. No. Okay, fine. What do I owe
We're going to do it for other people.
Which I'm not going to unless I was going to do it for him. Yeah. Someone in this room hasn't stepped up yet.
Hasn't stepped up yet.
Well, here's the thing. I don't do the coffee for you. I do the coffee for the show. Because if you don't have your coffee, everything's going to be miserable, right? So if we're doing the coffee for the show,
yeah.
I'm only 1/3 of this show.
Yeah, I don't need coffee.
Neither do I. I don't get anything.
So what do you want her to do?
I'm just saying, one of these days you could step up. And
she ain't stepping up, man.
Because I'm not doing the rounds. I'm not asking everybody what they want on their order.
And she don't step, man.
You hear this?
I also have never used Uber Eats, so I don't even have an account.
In your life?
No.
Really?
No, I'm always just like, I'll go get it myself.
Now, see, I'm that guy.
She's Kimmy one way. It's a one-way street over there, man.
Well, no, it's actually not, because she's never taken me up on when I ask, because I'll ask her, what do you want? And
she
goes,
also
nothing.
but she goes like radio silent during these discussions off air.
Yeah, because you can just go upstairs and get coffee.
No, she's right.
You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, she's right.
You can just run over to Dunkin'
Pat's a kinder person.
It's so down Monroe Avenue.
There's one literally, you can throw a baseball and hit it. Maybe not
Italian
you.
Comes out of you.
No, I think Kimmy brings up the ass-kicking point. Past the fact that you could have left yourself and went and bought your coffee.
We won't, because it's dangerous. It's a dangerous location.
It's sketch-ass.
Bro, it's right down the street.
It's the same place we work in.
And there's also no drive-through. Get out of my car. No, I don't think there is.
Drive-through?
Are you sure? I think there's a drive-through.
I've never actually been to that one, so I don't know.
I've seen people at it in the morning.
It's that little express one. You see Mama San.
Yeah. I love how you ask.
Well, I can get egg rolls.
Kimmy's absolutely right in the fact that there's coffee upstairs, and if you needed coffee that
it's
bad,
rancid,
it's not,
rank
shut
ass.
up, you
it's poor people coffee.
Spoiled ass. Yeah.
It's busted
You mean
ass.
poor people like people that don't have coffee or money? You mean like that?
It's like the people, the chintzy asses we work with here, they don't pay for off-street parking. They drink the office coffee. They never have any money. All they wear is station T-shirts and ball caps. And they're like 50 years old, man.
Okay. They offered to pay me for the coffee.
No, yeah. Did you get any?
Well, okay, so last time.
How much money did you collect, Jerry? On your little coffee telethon. Probably, baby. But the world needs you now.
Kimmy is not getting this.
Pat with his app.
Kimmy does not get
Patty appies.
You're being awfully aggressive towards a man who bought your coffee.
Hey, D. Martin's here. Come on, man. We have a little reunion with Frank.
Hope down on the country station. Last time.
Well, she don't know, man. She's a kid.
Last time this happened, I go down. Hey, her and TJ immediately paid me via Venmo. Immediately,
yeah, and I offered you cash.
No, but you ain't gonna give it to me. I know
you
your
don't
ass.
want my cash.
Why don't I? Oh, here we go.
You want to hang
me?
Dirty
money.
Psychological Tommy's gonna.
Because you want to hang me with this.
Oh, is that what I want to do?
Yeah. Because if I pay
He's
you,
gonna be like flashing it in front of you.
No, but if I give him the money, it takes away his power.
What power do I don't want this power?
Oh, yes, you do. Oh, yes, you do.
Hey, you know what else takes
the power of coffee?
Leader in the hallway, Pat Duffy.
Hey, you know what else takes away my
Fatty
power?
Appy.
You know what else takes away my power? Bringing your effing coffee, dumbass. You control all of this.
You offered.
Oh, no, not to the no. I don't know. You think you sure? I don't know. Okay, fine. What do you want? Could I get a latte with homie milk?
It's very good. I like the extra shot.
Do you normally get a large?
I usually get this one. Is it medium, right? Yeah.
Because you could have got the small.
Small?
Well, I mean, you
barely wet my lips.
You're not paying for it, so.
No, I like a medium with an extra shot.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Kimmy, yes, also, I'm going through, what do you want? Medium, latte, da-da-da.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's good. I go, you want the extra shot of espresso? Ooh.
Well, you offer. I didn't demand it.
Well, no.
You offer.
You
I love people that offer. You're
what?
such a
What?
Man, you're such a dick.
Oh, I'm a dick.
Would you like extra thing? Sure. I knew you did.
Well, here's the thing. He could hand you the app to do it yourself.
No, I couldn't. I'd have like $40,000 worth of stuff. You just keep pressing buttons like a monkey on a computer. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben. How are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good to hear from you, buddy.
Ben.
What's up?
My name's Tommy, and my little soft kicks for lips are too good for the free office coffee. Because I have to have my coffee from a specialty custom-built little imported Italy espresso machine because I'm too good for the office coffee. Ooh.
Kind of ran out of steam at the end there, Ben.
Yeah.
Maybe you should have somebody buy you a cup of coffee.
Trying to remember everything. I should write it down next time.
Good call. All right, so Ben, let me ask you a question. Let's say, are you willing to buy coffee for the office without expecting money back?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, thank you. That's what normal people would do, Tommy.
Of course, everybody will say that.
Awesome.
His busted ass sleeping on a floral couch that ain't his. Ain't got no money for the entire office of coffee. And bury the kid.
He ain't paying for rent, so maybe he probably does have the coffee money.
Hey, I pay rent, and that coffee is pretty damn comfortable.
So there.
I'm not getting my coffee from Save the Children.
Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Man, you got outclassed by Ben. How's that feel?
Yeah, okay.
How's that feel?
I'll take it.
And like the funniest part, I'm sorry, go ahead, Kim.
You know what the worst part is? Like, I bet
all of this?
No, you out of everybody in this building right now has probably gotten the most free coffee in the morning. Whether it was interns buying you coffee, people just bringing you coffee. Like you have
probably.
benefited the most from free coffee and food.
And he's never
People like me.
And he's never spent a dime on anybody
And
else.
you guys are so jealous that people like me.
You guys are so jealous.
I don't like you. I got you coffee for the sake of everybody else, for the sake of everybody listening. I'm doing this for Rochester.
Are you really? Well, thank you, sir.
No, you're welcome. You're welcome. Oh, we got a dynamite. Whoa.
I miss the old boss who used to bring me coffee.
Yeah.
That guy was the best.
He was the best.
Only because he brought you coffee.
I would follow that guy to hell and back.
For your coffee.
Oh, hell yeah.
I wonder why he left.
I know,
I had
right?
a great relationship with him. You had a great relationship with him, and then all of a sudden
The guy
he's
loved
gone.
me.
Yeah, no, you're very charming.
What's not to like?
No, I don't know.
Look at this jacket.
The last 15 minutes of you talking.
Look at my pointy shoes. What's not to like?
We got a dynamite, everything not to like kind of breaker for you this morning here on CMF. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Creepy time.
Yep, we're going to creep it out with a creep cap. That's coming at you just after 7. Also, just after 7 o'clock, we got to be careful with this.
Oh, we will.
Okay. Thank God you were out of the room when this happened yesterday.
Wait, happened here?
Yes.
What happened?
Well, there is a woman we work with who came down and just started, like, dumping all of this trauma from her family on us. And, like, here's the thing.
I hate when people do that.
Well, but you like to hear about it afterwards.
Yes, I do.
We don't know. We don't even really.
So,
know.
like, you don't really interact with this woman that much?
I mean, somewhat. I wouldn't call her like. I would say we're friendly, but not friends.
Yeah.
I don't know what your
You're not
relationship's
tight.
like.
You know,
with her.
your base conversations.
So what was her point of doing that?
Her
Very
dad.
surface level.
Yeah. Her dad is dating somebody new. It's apparently her mom and her dad split. I don't know.
Yeah, it happens. No big deal.
And it's the age of the woman that dad
Daddy's on the road.
is dating.
Daddy.
Oh wait, no, I'm sorry.
You see a dirty daddy?
We'll get to the story. And we'll do it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy. We've been talking about how counterfeit merchandise in Rochester is on the rise.
Yeah. And why is it here so much?
It's a good question.
Because it's constantly happening.
Yes,
I
yes,
don't
it
know
is.
if we've just been hearing about it more or if this is like a new thing that's happening.
It seems every month, Kimmy, there's another
Yeah.
report, and it keeps getting larger and larger and larger. And we're going to tell you the story that we saw yesterday. But what's interesting about the number we see yesterday, which is an astronomical number, the majority of it is actually one item, which completely defeats the purpose of buying anything counterfeit.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It seems this just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
What's going on?
Well, people in Rochester, based on this story, want to look big money.
But how is it all being used here?
I don't know.
Or is it going someplace else?
That's a great question. Let's just assume it's here based on all the people we know that have knockoff stuff.
So this is a big market.
I guess, but what's interesting about this story is this massive number we're going to tell you, the majority of it belongs to a single thing.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45. It's the first of its kind in our area, a brand new school that is going to save you money.
A school.
And give you connections that you may not have gotten at any other college's post-high school education.
Oh, so a college.
Yeah, that's right. And it may be coming at the worst possible time. And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. There has been more fake merchandise seized at the Port of Rochester.
So when they say the port, that's like the airport. Right?
I think so, yes. We thought it was like the
like
boat.
where the old ferry was.
No,
Yeah,
it's like a building near the airport.
Right.
Which kind of makes it less fun that there aren't ships like
I
a
know.
guy missing one eye, like holding a clip. These are the things we get. So this is the third story we've seen in as many months of these seizures. And when you first see this story last night, Tommy, it seems like the hauls of counterfeit merchandise are getting bigger.
Okay, what do we get now?
Well, a few months ago, the value around the stuff, if I remember, was around $200,000. Then we had a story where it was $500,000, and we were like, damn. Story on News 8 says this month's haul, if it were real, would have a value of $1.6 million.
Damn.
Makes it sound like a lot. Until you read the details of the story and find out
What do they say?
that one item was worth $1.2 million.
Wait.
And it was
Fake?
counterfeit?
Yes. Well, okay, so the counterfeit is not worth $1.2 million if it were real. That's how they measure these
Oh,
items.
all right.
Okay, gotcha.
It's a knockoff watch.
What kind of watch is like that?
They don't say.
I wonder what it sells for as a fake.
Oh, good question.
You know what I mean? Like what it goes for where somebody thinks that I don't know if somebody's buying it thinking it's real or if they're buying it because it looks so real.
Because like those knockoff Rolexes are more expensive than you'd think.
The Rolex.
Yeah, right? Because they can go anywhere from between $100 and $500 bucks for a knockoff Rolex. So I have a question, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What is the point of a $1.2 million watch, knockoff watch?
Yeah.
There are some counterfeit items you can buy that people would believe. For example, if you see a woman with a Coach purse or a Louis Vuitton bag, those are luxury items. They're very expensive.
Yeah.
But they're not so expensive that they're unattainable to a middle-class person
It wouldn't be out of the ordinary.
Yes.
They're
see
not
one.
worth more than a house.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If you see a man in a Rolex, those are even more expensive than what we just named. But there are also ways where...
I mean, you see them around town, I guess you could if you look.
And it's feasible that a guy who lives next to you could have a Rolex because of something that happened in his life or was handed down.
Yeah.
Like, that's not out of the question. You're not fooling a single person walking around with a counterfeit $1.2 million watch.
Especially if you're a complete regular doofus. Like, I just know your
Your average
doofus ass and your doofus ass check ain't buying no high-end watch.
And I would also think the only person that would appreciate that type of watch would be somebody that also knows those types of watches, and you're not going to fool that
Yeah, they're going to know
person.
it's fake right away.
My brother was like a Rolex guy, right?
Ooh.
So, but my father used to laugh at him because my brother bought a Rolex in 1968.
Okay.
Paid the astronomical price of $800 for it.
Damn.
My old man lit his ass up, trying to be a fake millionaire. You know, I always got my watches at Citizen Roebuck. I always wore a Timex, good enough for me. But like, he knows these watches inside and out, man. And he ended up selling that thing for like 10G.
Yeah, I mean, they have skyrocketed in value.
I was amazed, man. And like he gave it to my niece for her honeymoon.
But that's what I guess it's a son of a millionaire, so maybe it's not the right.
But like, still, he knows those watches, like inside and out.
Yeah, that's what I get what you're saying. So he would be able to spot something from a
because he still follows the watch game, even though he's out of it, as he puts it.
Sure.
He's out of the watch game.
Watch game.
Now he collects bottles of bourbon that he doesn't drink.
Well, it's just funny, man. Like, no one is going to wear a $1.2 million watch eating wings at Bathtub Billy's on a Saturday night. And in fact...
And I don't know that thing's at one, but to your point, I don't know that thing costs more than a Ferrari.
And like, let's say it's like covered in fake diamonds, right? I know those diamonds aren't real. I know they're not real.
Especially when it looks over the top. Like, because I would think like a rich guy watch is probably subtle. It's expensive, but it's subtle.
Okay.
It's not as flashy.
Yeah, but if I see something that looks completely ridiculous.
Well, I guess it depends on the culture in which it comes from.
What do you mean?
Well, like, I don't know, like Eastern European guys, it seems.
Well, they flash.
That's what I mean. But those guys are also like, there are like billionaires you see that
Right.
actually flash.
But I would
and
also
have money.
think that guy's would also have a fake, too.
Okay.
Because he's trying to fit in with his other high-end European friends.
Well, like even the richest people in Rochester, your Danny Wegmans, your Tom Golisano, you'd look at them weird for having a $1.2 million watch.
Yeah, maybe less weird because it's him, maybe. Because he also dresses weird. Like Danny dresses like he's rich. Tom Golisano just looks like grandpa walking around the mall
Right,
eating ice
you're
cream.
right. Yeah, I guess you're
He's
right.
frumpy. But
think,
Danny is total flash. He's cool.
do you think you'd be able to tell the difference between a $1.2 million watch and, let's say, a $70,000 watch?
No.
Me? No.
That's why I just wonder, I guess, in certain circles, who are you trying to impress?
Like, if you got a $10,000 watch on you, I'm impressed.
yeah.
That's an insane amount of money to spend on something that is pointless at this stage of life.
It's about class, Tommy. It's about
Because you'd have to tell people that it's
Yes.
worth that for them to really understand, right?
Unless you're running in circles like Tommy's brother who understand what these things are and you're
Yeah.
impressing that
Yeah.
guy.
Yeah.
You know?
Like, my brother will say names and stuff. I don't even know what he's talking about. I don't even know what. I never heard that name before.
Well, and you bring up the weirdest thing about all of this fake merchandise. Again, we're talking about a 3rd and 3 months haul of counterfeit merchandise at the Port of Rochester. The hauls keep getting bigger. 1.6 million this time worth of things if it were actually the real stuff.
Hey, the economy's back, baby.
But 1.2 million of that was
Yeah.
a single knockoff watch that they recovered. Like people that go after this like name brand knockoff stuff. What I think some of them fail to realize is there are 2 levels of wealthy merchandise in this world.
All right.
There's the wealthy merchandise like the Louis Vuitton and the Rolex and the Coach that everybody recognizes. And then there is stuff that is so high end, you don't even know it exists.
That's
right now,
me.
Yeah.
right? Like there are labels that you've never heard of before that cost unbelievable amounts more than Rolex, than Louis
Yeah.
Vuitton, than Coach, than whatever clothing brand, blah, 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 right? And like it's so expensive you can't even appreciate.
Right. Yeah, it's so beyond your world that
Exactly.
somebody would have to explain it to you
To the point
really
where
understand.
Yes, to the point where if you showed up in these circles with a Coach purse, they'd laugh at you.
Yeah. It looks like a Topps bag.
Exactly.
So have you ever been on vacation with your wife? And I think every guy has been this at some point. That your wife will drag you into a store that you've never heard of before. And it's like space age. And my wife will take me into these places. She goes, well, this is, she's really big on Bravo. And
Yeah.
she has her own line of blah, 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 blah. And I'm looking at this stuff and I'm looking at these prices. I go, who
I know.
is spending?
You just go look.
But the prices look like you're at a Chevy dealership.
He's totally right.
Yeah.
Like she
Well,
took
some
me
of
to,
those places are like invite only. Like you can't even just go shop around in them. They'll kick you. They'll kick you out.
So one place she wanted to go to, I had an entire lunch watching her in line
Yeah.
to go into this store. Like there was a line, and then I go, "Who? These people? All these people cannot have this much money."
Yeah, I'm with you.
Because
Like,
it really, all it does is depress me. She loves it because she can't afford it. I go, why are you looking at stuff you can't buy? I would be bummed. Like I think I'm doing pretty good. Oh no.
no, you're right.
You can't even get in line, sir.
Well, I don't know, but guys do go to like those car shows.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
what's
mean,
the
you do
difference?
That
like
kind of
to-
bums me out too that I can't get that car.
Okay.
Yeah.
But like when it comes to like what you just brought up,
Yeah.
when we went to London for that Bills game,
Yeah.
right? My wife went into one of these stores
Yeah.
just to go look around because she had heard of this thing before. And she
In
wanted
London.
To go see.
Think of London, man.
Bro, not only were the prices ridiculous, here's what I didn't get.
The
It's-
Queen doesn't even buy this crap.
Old man Wade. The store only had one item,
What?
like one of each item.
Yeah. Like it's on display like you're in somebody's closet.
But it's still hanging. Like you can like pick it up, but if you want it, they have to go in the back and get it for you. So it's like one shirt hanging here, a pair of pants hanging
Yeah.
over here.
It's very bleak.
yeah. Like it doesn't even. It's not even fun to
It's
be in
almost like
here.
you're in a gallery.
Here's
Yes.
what it's like. You're doing the last run to help your friend move.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it looked like. But I mean, listen, if these things keep getting brought, you brought up a good question here. Again, we're talking about a 3rd and 3 month story of more counterfeit stuff being seized at the Port of Rochester. I do wonder if this stuff is being brought here and spread out amongst Rochester,
Or is it going someplace else?
exactly, because this could also be folks that
Where
are
it's coming in.
they're selling stuff online,
Yeah.
and like they're set
Oh.
up here in Rochester.
Okay. I didn't think of that.
Because like
Yeah, I would assume with the amount that's coming in, it is something like that where somebody's getting this to redistribute it. It's not like individual purchases.
I will say this. I knew multiple people that sold counterfeit stuff as like a small side
Yeah.
hustle back when I was a kid. Sneakers, watches.
I don't even think, to me, I don't look at that as illegal.
I know you don't.
Because, like, that person is never going to go buy your high-end actual thing. So you're not losing any money.
I guess it depends on the thing. Because, like, a $10,000 watch, you're right.
Yes.
A $50,000 bag, you're right.
Yeah.
But a $150 pair of sneakers, maybe.
All right. But, I mean, like...
Because I used to buy fake sneakers all the time when I was a
Right,
teenager.
but why did you buy them?
Well, because I didn't...
Made you feel good.
Oh, yeah, but I didn't want to spend the more money.
Right, because you didn't have it. So, like, why can't just a regular person buy something that makes them feel good? Who cares? They're not coming to your high-end store to buy your crap.
Oh, so you're advocating for communism, is what you're saying?
I'm advocating...
Let everybody have everything.
Not communism.
Give me your land. We are going to
Fakeism.
fakeism?
I am a fakist.
You know, it's
Right.
interesting you say that.
Oh, why's that?
Well, no, because you come in wearing sharp stuff all the time. You want to talk about labels all the
But
time.
I'm low flash.
And now you're advocating for you're low flash.
I'm low flash. I don't spend a lot of money, though.
Subtle flash.
Yes, thank you.
And again, the phrase "a lot of money" is all relative because to you it may not be a lot of money living out in Pittsburgh,
But
getting
you
multiple
do-
free coffees a morning.
But you do travel across the border for belts.
Ooh, ooh.
Border belt guy.
I have heard a story, Kimmy,
Yeah.
of a man who has had imported Italian chiffon socks on his
Yeah,
feet.
that too. Yep.
Bro,
We were
pair of socks.
tracking them across Europe.
How much was that pair of socks again?
$25. Plus shipping and handling.
Uh-huh.
$35.
Okay.
Plus 7.
I was putting a lot of money on
Import
my
fee. $45.
Okay, great.
Sold.
Let's take a break. You know, you brought up Tom Golisano.
Yeah.
You said he looks like you called him frumpy, which is great.
He is frumpy.
Okay,
I mean,
he just placed a call. He's going to have you killed.
and he could. He could, yeah. Kill me.
Tom Golisano.
I take it back, Tom.
Tom Golisano has started a brand new venture, and it sounds
Oh, I
like.
thought this already happened.
Yes, no, it's
underway.
It has been open, and we're getting a recap of the first couple of months of
Man,
what
dude's
went down
getting
here.
rich.
Well, that's just it. Based on the information we have here, he's not.
Oh.
And this may not be a situation where he's trying to get rich.
No, I'm saying the guy's learning from him, though.
They could be. And that's what the big question becomes because we've never really seen anything like this before. And it's possible that the sins of other industries
Yeah.
that have come before this school, I guess you would
Yeah.
call it, are hurting it.
Oh.
It's also possible that Tom Golisano had this idea at the worst possible time in American education history. But there's nothing that says this won't help the folks taking it.
I mean, the guy is, everything he touches is gold. Right? I mean, he either he's all in or he backs off.
Okay.
Right?
We're going to tell you what has been going down with this institute that Golisano opened up after the first year. And is this what they were planning the entire time?
Okay.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF, the NBA playoff. It's a revolutionary idea from a man who made himself a billionaire right in our own backyard.
Oh, yeah.
And it's either the best or the most disastrous time in our nation's history for him to kick it off. Because if people want an education but are scared of having to spend a fortune, this is for them.
Yeah.
However, if the trends we're seeing keep going, it's fair to ask why you'd spend money on something you've never seen before instead of going the traditional route that it seems people are not going to as much.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Yeah, we're going to get a little creepy.
That's right. We got a creep cab coming at you. And I actually misspoke this morning because you looked me in the face and said Dad right away, and I kept saying Dad. We got a creepy mom story.
Really?
And I guess, okay, creepy's the wrong way to put it. And dirty's the wrong way to put it.
But it's a mom.
She's not doing anything wrong.
It's a lady.
Yes. It's a lady. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Creepy lady.
It's not creepy. It's creepy to the woman who came in and told us what was going on.
Oh, all right.
And
but I kind of get it, though. I mean, this happens. And I love, guy having some fun. Let's stop that.
It's easy for you to say when it's not your family.
Well, I'm team dad.
Again, it's a mom. See, you did it to me again. We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. The Golisano Institute for Business and Entrepreneurship
Make your ass rich.
is officially wrapping up its first 2 semesters as an institution.
All right.
Now, if you're not familiar, it is, I guess you would call it a school.
So this is graduation day?
Well, no, because it just continuously goes, right?
Right.
And you wouldn't graduate after 1 year.
Oh.
It's accredited by the state of New York.
Mm-hmm.
You are there to earn a, quote, certificate of business and entrepreneurship. The school, founded by billionaire Rochester native Tom Golisano, is located in an old Paychex building in Brighton. And the idea was to give folks real-world lessons on business at a top facility. And they want to do it for less money than traditional colleges. For example, the cost is $8,900 per year, and that includes a brand new laptop and all the materials.
Man, that sounds cheap for what you're telling me. A regular ass college.
I mean, compare that to $12,000 a year at SUNY school on average, and that's just tuition.
But
That's
it
not
sounds like
room and board and all that stuff.
But it sounds like this is knowledge you can actually apply and make money.
Wait, guy who hates on community college, but you're all in on this thing, which we don't know a whole lot about yet.
He's rich, and he did it.
And
listen, you can
and by
learn
the
from
way,
some professor.
That's still a huge investment to make in a higher education. Like, that's not cheap by
but it's
any
a
means.
Billionaire.
Bro, there's
telling you
there
stuff.
are a lot of like very wealthy people that donate and contribute to community colleges.
He does
and
all that
SUNY
too.
schools.
There's also a lot of very wealthy people that became wealthy separating people from their money.
But he's not that. He's not that kind of guy.
Okay, what's he like in real life?
He seems like a good dude.
Seems. What do you mean? The way you're talking, it sounds like you know
He's
him.
rich.
Yeah.
He's got a boat and a high-end house, and he's got a tennis girlfriend, and now you can get that too for only $8,900 a year. I'm in.
All right, so to you, this
It's the
sounds...
Thornton Mellon school of like going to the top.
Kimmy does not know who that is.
You don't know who Thornton Mellon is?
No
Oh
idea.
my God.
Triple Lindy, nothing?
I got nothing.
I would hate to be a girl. You miss out on so much.
Or someone born, before that movie was even out.
Boys know.
So you're all in on the Golisano Institute of Business.
Yeah, he's a billionaire telling you how to get rich.
Kimmy, you sound like you're more hesitant.
I'm kind of one of those people that let's wait and see, because they haven't had like a graduating class yet, right? Like, this is kind of the first round of students.
Yes.
I would love to see, once people go through this, what their thoughts are on it, if they feel like it was helpful. I'd rather, give it a little time before I make that judgment, right?
You know what?
Wait,
The
number
money
2.
boat's going to pass your ass by. You went to regular ass college. You ended up here.
This is
Think if
true.
you would have went to Golisano school, you would have owned this building.
How do you know?
Because that's how it works.
It sounds like more people are taking the Kimmy approach than you approach, because the first year of enrollment, they got 56 people.
Really?
Yes, that's our current enrollment. Now, I don't know if that's more, less, or exactly what they expected.
Yeah.
In a story on News 8 this week, they say next year they'll project 150. By year 3, 450. They anticipate to keep growing. The problem here might be,
What's the problem?
well, colleges in general are hurting for
They're tanking.
students. Yes, enrollment is down. MCC is laying off staff. We talked about that 2 weeks ago. A couple days before that, we told you that at least 5 colleges in upstate and central New York have closed their doors forever in the last 5 years, 3 of them this year. And the argument about why this is happening usually comes down to the cost of these schools. Folks can't afford traditional colleges.
And it ain't paying off. right? Like you're going for these degrees when you realize ain't no job. Like,
Well,
or,
I mean,
or
that's
the
maybe-
job
that's
doesn't
a
pay.
Super oversimplification.
All
I
right,
mean,
so
maybe
the
it
job
helps,
doesn't
but you're
pay
still-
the debt you took on.
Yes.
You
But-
thought you took on $200,000 worth of debt. This gig pays you $45,000 a year,
Sometimes, yes.
and that's the problem.
But the problem also comes down to the loan you take out, where you could pay all this money, and the way that the loan is structured, you pay 7
you're just
times what the
paying-
actual
yeah,
loan
yeah.
is.
Right,
And you never
right.
get enough money to debt.
What Tom wants to teach you
Shut
is
up.
don't be that sucker. Loan that sucker the money, and then you make the interest.
No, but there may be people who are taking out loans to go
Yeah.
to school.
Again,
Right.
it's
be
not
that guy. Be loan
it's not
guy.
free.
Be loan guy.
All right. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. With the knowledge that schools are having a hard time, secondary schools are colleges.
Yeah, they're tanking.
Yeah, having a hard time attracting students. And this Golisano Institute is a less expensive option that is less of a commitment. You're not living on campus, all that stuff. Does that mean something like Golisano's Institute will fill this gap and give you a more affordable way to pursue a secondary education? Or does Golisano's project get lumped in with traditional college, and he opened this idea at literally the worst possible time in American history? Because it's college.
Yeah.
But it's new. It's a new concept.
Yeah.
You got to give it a little time.
So is the University of Phoenix, man. How'd that work out for everybody?
They got their own stadium.
Not anymore, they don't.
They lost it.
Yeah, because they don't exist anymore.
I gotta say, if I'm at a casino of knowledge, I'm going all in on Tom.
The fact that you said casino of knowledge lets me know that I can't take a single thing you say seriously.
No, but if I'm gonna bet on all these colleges or who's gonna tank and who's gonna pay off, I'm gonna go with the guy that
Has
But the
never done it
unproven
before?
one.
Yes.
Yeah.
he also came up with paychecks that nobody thought. Like he invented that thing
Okay.
that
That
nobody
doesn't-
else could think of. He did it himself,
Yeah.
and look, it paid off.
All right. I'm going to say something that I have to remind you of a ton. Now, I'm not saying that Tom Golisano's idea isn't going to be successful. I also understand why Tom Golisano looked at the state of education and goes, this might be a great alternative
Right,
for some people.
and that's how he thinks.
I get it. I hope it works because every
Yeah.
There should be more options for
yes,
people.
The
yeah.
more roads, the better.
Yeah, yeah.
That being said, there are lots of very rich and successful people who
Yeah.
can have a really good idea and have
Get really lucky.
yeah, but it's not even lucky. Like Paychecks was a great idea. He worked really hard at it. Yes, he became a billionaire. It's fantastic. He's philanthropic. He's a great guy, right? As far as we know. You can also have bad ideas.
Really?
Warren Buffett has had.
Give me a bad idea. Elon Musk took over Twitter. That's great now.
You're not going to hear about the bad ideas.
No, you do actually now. You can't name me a single
did
billionaire
Warren
that hasn't
Buffett
had a bad idea. He talks about his bad ideas.
Oh.
I'm not a financial guy, but I know he's talked about his bad ideas.
Yeah.
Can we Google Warren Buffett bad idea? There'd be a bunch of them. Maybe living in a throuple was a bad idea.
All right,
That's
all
a real
right,
thing.
yeah.
Google that too. Guy's got 2 wives. Or did. Look, man, just because you are really smart in one realm doesn't mean you're smart in all realms.
But this is this is kind of his orbit because he knows money.
Okay, but he doesn't know education. I mean, look, there's a difference between being able to do something and being able to teach someone something.
I always thought the people that taught didn't really know what they were talking about.
Okay, so then is
Like
that
those who have do, those that don't know teach.
okay? So then, aren't you making an argument that this is going to suck?
No, because he's the guy you want. He's the doer.
No, but you said
and
if he
the
can't
teacher.
do, he can't teach.
But he can do.
If you can't teach, you can't do. That's what you just said.
Doing and a teaching.
Teaching
Doing
and
and
doing.
doing
Don't
and
you
teach.
try and do cute rhymes to get out of the stupid thing you just said. Give me a bad Warren Buffett idea.
So he invests. There's a whole website dedicated to his bad investments.
Okay.
They list. Buffett bought a shoe company called Dexter Shoes in
I remember this.
1993.
Oh, yeah.
His investment in the company turned into a disaster. And then it goes on to explain just all the financial reasons why. Yeah. It resulted in a loss to shareholders of $3.5 billion.
Damn.
Is that bad?
Sounds like it.
Is that bad?
Yeah.
He claims it was the worst investment he ever made.
All right. Guy got a couple of clunkers.
That's what I just said. 252 WCMF, story on News 8, is recapping the first year of the Golisano Institute for Business and Entrepreneurship. It's a new idea by Tom Golisano, an alternative to folks that want a less expensive, more hands-on, real-world experience in business and entrepreneurship. It's accredited by the state of New York. You get a certificate of business and entrepreneurship. Also important to point out,
Yeah.
after 2 years, they have credits that will transfer to, I believe it's Alfred.
Okay.
Like regular ass college.
Yeah. So if you want to pursue a 4-year degree, you can do that, or you can just stop after your certificate. They had 56 students the first year. They're anticipating 150 next year, 450 the year after that. But is this a situation where he's taking advantage of? Okay, that's the wrong way to put it. There is an opportunity for a school to succeed because people don't want to spend the money on big-time colleges, or are people looking at all secondary education now as like, this is something I maybe don't want to do? Because it's also possible that he's hurt by other businesses that were actually scams back in the day that sound similar to this one.
Yeah. I think people have a bad idea of what that school means.
Your Everest Institutes, your DeVry's. Remember the old commercials you would see during Maury, and it would show you all the jobs you could get studying just a few hours a week?
Yeah.
VCR repair.
Gun cleaning.
Like this. This could be a genuine idea that's an alternative to an expensive secondary education, right? But if I remember that commercial where that woman was like standing in the parking lot, I got me in education. Like that's kind of what this sounds like. I know it's not what it is, but it's what it looks like from the outside.
It looks like Empire College.
Yes, a little bit.
Was that what it was?
Empire is an actual SUNY Empire is an actual school.
I thought it was that one that were it was like had like a whole bunch of secondary like job education stuff. It was like weird stuff.
It was Everest.
Everest, that's what it was.
I just said Everest.
I thought it was Empire. All right, Everest.
No, I literally looked
the one we used to laugh at all the time.
Dope chopping, weed
transporting.
Yeah. By the way, that place shut down because they misled all of the folks that were taking classes.
Those girls didn't get to be nurses?
I do wonder if putting something like this on your resume, like, does that only really help you in Rochester? Because people are familiar with Golisano here, whereas, like, let's say you moved and for whatever reason, I don't know how that's going to translate in places that may have no idea what that degree means.
I would think, okay, but here's
I don't
the
know.
thing. Walking into this opportunity here, I would think that potentially, it how do I put this? It's best for Golisano to have his initial graduates be successful.
Oh, yeah.
And he does own paychecks. So I would think that maybe I have a foot in the door in the businesses that he owns.
Yeah, because
that's
Paychex is
possible.
all over the country.
Right?
Their clients.
I mean,
Maybe that's the expectation coming out of this.
But maybe
like
you don't
you make
need,
connections.
Maybe they teach you don't need to go get a job. You create your own business.
okay, now it's sounding like a scam again.
No, you're an independent guy.
No, I
Entrepreneurship.
get it.
You know?
It's just so weird.
You start your own business.
It's so weird how you're now championing starting your own business because every other break
All
we've
the
done,
risks.
9 out of 10 pub businesses fail in the first 4 hours. Every time. I mean, look, only time will tell. And here's the thing. Kimmy's right. If you show me a pile of folks that are doing big things thanks to what they learned and the connections they made,
oh, it's a slam.
come 2-3 years from now, right? People are going to be more likely to give it a try because why would you not do the least amount of, spend the least amount of time and the less amount of money? It makes sense.
Valid.
All right. Let's take a break. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, we about to get creepy.
It's creepy.
We're going to the Creep Institute.
Creep kept coming at you. Just a second. Don't say dad because you threw me off twice now.
All right.
We have to be careful with this.
Yeah, this would be cool.
No, seriously. Because
hey, I'm
look,
cool,
man,
bro.
Look, she was a little hesitant to let us talk about this. But she gave us the okay.
Okay.
And look, you don't want to stand in the way of anyone loving anybody else.
Right.
But it can be difficult when you see your parents making decisions like this.
But it's their decisions to make.
But it also affects your life.
It doesn't.
It does. It does.
None of your goddamn business.
Oh, it's none of my So
what your daddy do.
Mom!
We'll
get to it next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The heart wants what it wants.
Oh, yeah.
And who are any of us to stand in the way of someone loving someone else?
Absolutely.
Right. Remember that after we share this story.
Okay.
Because the issue has nothing here to do with race, creed, ethnicity, or sexual preference. It has everything to do with age for two different people.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it is Friday.
Yeah, buddy.
You are a creepy son of a bitch.
Let's kick it off.
All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. It's a creep cap, and it happens now on CMF.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. God. All right. How hard? Okay. All right. I love it. We had to, we smoked. We had full pubes. You know, we took it to the edge.
I wouldn't bring up full pubes to the kids. I wouldn't.
They're not. I can't talk about my pubes to a 28-year-old guy.
I mean, I guess you
excuse
can.
me, Gunther. You're scared of my old man pubes? Why don't you meet me behind the horse barn, son? I'll teach you a thing or two. I'll be like an onion. I'll get in your eye, boy. Get to breeding, boy.
I say before the end of this century, we have penis pics, and we want to send them to the moon. Not because it's large, but because it is hard.
But they are 14 inches wide, 16 inches deep, and 12 inches high.
What? Who are they getting the model for that? Your mom?
Special delivery.
That's what deep.
So
She goes from honey to raw honey.
For God's sakes, man!
She's just having fun.
What would that sound like if your grandma...
I'd like to, but my legs don't work. Eleanor, you're going to have to help me. I know you're not into this, according to the papers.
If Tahoe's can't make it...
Maybe it's like a wiener dead zone, like your mom.
Well, disgusting.
Well, you saw our album covers in the, we were gross. Hairy and pubed up.
He's got tickets for Johnny Jakes in the front row 5 this week.
What are they playing, your mom? But think of all the young talent down there you're going to be scoping with your boys.
God, okay.
Scoping with the boys.
He's got vibes that he's scoping the young talent with the boys.
You don't think that's a thing?
Were you watching like a teen drama from 2000 last night?
But
Okay.
Did they move it? It's the same parts as when I was a kid. They're just shaved. You got a better view than I had at that age.
There is a pickle shortage.
Oh, your mom got in the field? Oh, she's the best one at the Gherkins factory. Tasting all them dills. It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, the creep cap on CMF. All right, look me in the face.
Where else am I going?
If we're going to...
Can I just point out real quick how disturbing it is to listen to that while Tommy eats a banana?
You were eating a banana, yes. If you were watching on the live stream, you watched him eating a banana during the creep cap. All right, look, we have to be very cool with this.
I'm getting cool. What are you talking about? Mr. Smooth.
So yesterday after the show, you're gone. Someone we work with, a coworker, just comes down and starts unloading on us. All right, and this person, it's a woman. This woman is in her mid-20s, and her parents split up when she was in high school.
Okay, that's a tough time for a young lady.
Okay, and what's weird about this is, like, we're friendly with this woman.
Yeah.
We are friendly with this woman. I wouldn't, Kimmy, call... I'm not, like, friends...
You're not tight with
No,
Yeah.
I was surprised that this was the chosen room to vent.
To have this intimate conversation.
But we are here. We will listen.
And
Good for you, go.
We're here for the drama.
the reason I bring this up is to illustrate how I feel upset she is by this whole thing.
All right.
Okay? That being said, after her parents split, right now, her mother is dating someone around her age.
Oh, so older woman, younger man.
Yes. And she is having a very hard time with it, at least according to the
Let
way she
mama
was
have
talking.
some fun, man. She's bobbing on the throbbing.
Okay.
What?
Bobbing on the throbbing.
Nobody's... Shut up.
Throbbing and a bobbing.
I'm not. No, I'm not.
Oh, come on,
participating in that.
man.
No, no. I told you got to be careful with this because it's someone we work
Bobbing
with.
on the throbbing is like very nice. All right, go ahead. So I'm being cool.
Her mother is 47.
Yeah.
The boyfriend is 25.
Oh, mama.
It is a 22-year age difference.
Or she is buffing the floor with that lad.
So
Like,
this,
could be your son.
yeah, this woman could easily be his mother. Yes.
All right, so what's wrong?
Okay.
Let her have some fun.
So this woman who...
Think how good she feels about herself. She's attracting a younger man.
Okay. I am going to describe from our coworker's point of view how she feels.
All right.
She said she told her mother multiple times that she's uncomfortable with this. She says that the boyfriend has been to family events and it is super weird. She says that the boyfriend is nice, but you know what they're doing and it's hard for her to separate those two things. And by the way, quick sidebar, Kimmy, I'm dying to know what mom looks like because that could give us an idea of what's going on here. And like yesterday, I couldn't be like, yo, show me a picture of your mom.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. But like there are two reasons why a guy in his mid-20s would be interested in a woman in her late 40s. One, she's a smoke show and this is entirely sexual, which you would understand, right? Like the Mrs. Robinson effect. Okay. Two, she's not a smoke show and this is a comfort situation where she's taking care of him in some way, either financially, emotionally, giving him a place to stay.
Sugar baby.
Yeah. And I think knowing which one that is important to this discussion, but we're not going to be able to figure it out.
The gigolo effect.
I thought a gigolo was a male prostitute.
Yeah.
Well, it's a male. It could be a prostitute. It's also a guy that's in it for the money.
Okay, gotcha.
Like a rich woman, young guy.
Understood.
He's only with her because of the cash.
Okay. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Now, I knew you were going to be totally fine with this because the older you get, the more fine people seem to get with this.
Yes.
Yeah, because, why can't I have fun too? It's never going to happen.
Hey, man, you're dead forever. You're only here for a short period of time.
Okay.
Enjoy yourself. It doesn't matter.
It does to this woman.
It does, but it's none of her goddamn business what mama does with mama parts.
So you don't think that a grown woman, a mother's relationship is any business to a grown woman?
Yes.
Her grown child. You don't think that's the case?
No.
Okay. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I think there are two questions we need to ask here. One, does this age gap ever work long term? Right? Because, I mean, this is not an uncommon thing. It's not common, but you do see it every once in a while. The second question, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, does this mother have to consider what her adult child children, and the same goes for guys, feel about their relationship?
You're asking me?
Well, I know
you know where I stand.
Yes, I do.
And by the way, so I think the president of France, who we just talked about, he's going to jump into the river, Macron.
Yeah.
We just talked about him yesterday.
Yeah.
So his wife was his nanny.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
There's
then
a big age
he was
gap.
banging his nanny, and now she's basically sits in the presidential palace of France.
What is
so
Different,
it
though.
worked.
Different
It worked.
because he didn't have kids.
I don't know.
No, but
She did.
I don't think.
Maybe she did.
She?
I don't know. But it worked.
I don't think that there were kids in the mix when that relationship was going. I don't know. I could be wrong.
All right, but the age thing worked.
I think your kids are the biggest factor in that relationship.
And they shouldn't be, man.
All right, well, hold on. Now we're having two arguments at the same time.
right.
Let's start with the age thing you brought up. In this case right here with a 47-year-old woman and a 25-year-old guy, there's 20 years. It would almost have to be a second marriage if there weren't any felonies involved, right? Mm-hmm. So the odds you would have kids close to this person's age is pretty high.
Yeah.
So you don't see a 22-year age gap between a 25-year-old man and a 47-year-old woman too much to overcome for a long-term good time?
No. I mean, if it's their choice to make it work or not work.
Okay, no. That's not what I'm asking. I'm not asking do they have the freedom to do it. I'm asking do you believe that a 22-year age gap can work long-term?
Probably not.
Okay.
But who cares? Enjoy the ride while it lasts.
All right, so I guess
the roller coasters don't go forever.
the reason I ask that is if this is just a short-term thing, why?
But they don't know that until they get into it.
But you just said you don't think it's going to work out.
Yeah.
Because if I told you, if a guy called up and he goes, yeah, my girlfriend's 23 and I'm 45, you go, oh, yeah, nice, but it ain't going to work. What does she want in your old ass? If you know it ain't going to work long-term, why affect the relationships you have with the most important people in your life by doing it?
Because I don't think the woman that came down here talking about her mother.
Yeah.
All right. She wouldn't want the reverse. She wouldn't want her mother dabbling in her business.
Okay.
If she was making some decisions that her mama didn't like.
But
she would push back on that.
But here's the thing.
Why do you expect, like, you get the right as a young
Sweet.
person to push back on the old person's opinion, but when the pages are flipped, all of a sudden you're the expert in relationships when your ass ain't been around that long?
You don't think that if the woman that came down here tells about her mom, if she started dating somebody that was her mother's age, her mother wouldn't have something to say about it?
Amen,
But she would
sister.
hate it. She would hate it.
would.
And she would
But-
say, stay out of my
but
goddamn
you would feel
life.
responsible to interject your thoughts with that family member.
But that don't make it
Either
right.
way.
It don't make it right.
Wait a minute. You don't think that a mother, a 47-year-old woman, shouldn't say something if her 25-year-old daughter started dating a guy her age?
No.
Are you nuts? Okay. All right. Just to be clear then. Just to be clear.
Well,
So,
there's going to be nuts involved, son.
oh, okay. I'm glad you said that. So let's say your stepdaughter
Go ahead.
started dating someone your age,
Mm-hmm.
and your wife,
I would buy her glasses.
your wife flipped out.
Yeah.
You would go to your wife and be like, no, what are you doing? She has a right to
Don't
do this.
say
Don't say anything. No, you're wrong. You would look at your wife and you point at her and go,
You're wrong.
You're wrong.
You're
do
wrong.
your job. Be a good mom. You would say that thing.
She would be in the wrong. I don't know if I would say that publicly.
No, we know.
You
And
know,
you
you'd
also,
be sitting there like nodding your
I
head,
may
backing
do
her
it.
up.
I may want to do it at some point. I'm thinking about doing it. I may do it. I'm not sure about it yet. Possibly at some point I may do that.
Not
Yeah,
only,
of course, I'm not going to blow up my own relationship, but I'm also not going to fan the flames.
That's okay, fine. You're not going to fan the flames, but I know what you would do. You would come in here the next day, all gossip queen, and you would completely change your tune. I can't believe. Why would you do this? She's putting her mother through hell. Your poor mother. She hasn't digested a decent meal in weeks.
We're in Goodfellas now. No, but she'd be wrong. She'd be absolutely, and I know she has every right to her. Everybody's got a right to their feelings.
Not a second ago they didn't.
But if you start to insert your feelings into other people's business,
Okay.
you're going down a bad path because you're not going to if my stepdaughter or your daughter or somebody is making these choices and they're all in, you coming in with a sledgehammer is going to push them closer to the thing you're trying to get them away from.
Okay, I will say this, Mr. I'm so progressive and I think I'm doing great and I'm talking with my hands because it makes me look smarter on the live stream, except when you're doing the jail.
I say, but at the end of this,
If my daughter starts dating somebody my age when she gets a little older, you bet your ass I'm stepping in and saying something.
but it won't work.
Watch me.
It won't work.
Watch me.
Talk to all these guys that have had daughters where they went in with a heavy hand and it just pushed them closer to the thing they were trying to stop their daughters from because they get defiant.
Okay.
And they rebel.
I love how Man Without Child is going to tell me how to raise children.
I have seen many teen movies where 16 Candles explained it all.
Bro, when that movie came out, you were in your 30s.
I'm not even sure if I got the right movie.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, and we're arguing, and I see you guys on a hold set tight about this woman. We work with her. She comes down yesterday. We don't even know her that well. She just unloads to Kimmy and I about how her mother is dating a guy her age. The boyfriend's 25. Mom is 27.
And Mama got a smile a mile long.
Excuse me, Mom is 47. It's a 22-year age difference. She tells us multiple times she doesn't like it. She says the boyfriend comes to family events. It's very weird. Says he's nice, but she knows that they're banging. So
Mama's taking Advil every morning.
252-WCMF. Let's talk to Sherry. Hey, Sherry, how are you?
Sherry, no cherry.
Hey, Sherry. So my daughter is now married to 55. There's a 20-year difference.
So she's 35, he's 55.
That is correct.
All right, so Sherry, when you discovered these two were romantically linked, your first thought was?
It was kind of weird,
Okay.
but he never had kids.
Okay.
And she said, well, and she already had a daughter. She said, well, if you don't want kids, I've got to go somewhere else because she wanted another one. So they ended up getting married, and now they have a son.
Okay.
And he couldn't be more happier.
Does he have bank?
No.
Oh.
Man.
So, and he's not bad looking. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, but no bank.
Okay, how old are you, Sherry?
I will be 55 in November.
Okay, now look, I understand it's cute when like moms normally say like, my daughter's husband's not bad looking. It seems, and I mean this with all due respect, it seems less cute when he's exactly your age, Sherry.
Yeah, it is kind of, but she is 35.
I mean, that's not
And-
bad.
Well, I have a question because when they first got together, did you think it was going to work out or did you just think like, maybe this is a temporary thing?
I really that didn't even really cross my mind. I mean, I didn't
she
want to
came up
say
with
anything
Bing
to my
Crosby?
daughter. I
Got a-
didn't even
got a
really say
55-year-old
anything.
Paul.
I mean, you're in love with who, you love, and they're married now, and whether or not it'll work out, who knows? But yes, it is a little strange when I see him because he is
Because you find him attractive.
my age.
Well, and they're
He
talking
is
about MASH
cute.
reruns, you know what I mean?
But I think if it was reversed, you know what? You love who you love, and I think this woman she might be having fun after a divorce. Who cares?
Okay,
Who cares?
Sherry, let me ask you a question. Let's say
Sure.
you started dating a guy that was 35. Do you think your daughter would have a problem with it?
No, I would not date somebody 35.
But if you
I don't
did.
think-
I don't think my daughter would have a problem with it. I
Okay.
don't think so.
Why would you not date someone
But-
35? Let's say there's
I
a
don't
handsome
know.
kid, he
That's
picks you up,
not
you got a lot in common, you
true.
both love, you want to watch Aftermath because you never
She
saw
doesn't
it?
want to
Yeah.
take care of somebody.
I'll tell you, when I was on a dating site, tons of young men love older women.
Yeah, we do.
They don't want to deal with the bullshit. Or
Whoa,
sorry,
whoa!
sorry,
Or a dirty mouth.
Sorry.
Dirty mouth
But,
Sherry.
you know, they
Oh,
don't.
yeah.
They don't. You know, they don't want to deal with the younger generation. And,
You mean like your daughter?
yeah. Well, he is responsible. He's not full of bank, but he is responsible, and he's a wonderful father. But, yeah, it is kind of weird when I see it, but it's like, what do you say? I mean, she is 35.
All right, so Sherry,
You
you
know,
never
she's
had
responsible. What?
you never had one night with one of these guys that reached out to you on these dating apps.
The younger guys.
Never.
Why
No,
not? Why would you not take one roll through that?
Go on one date.
No.
Women are so
It's
goddamn weird.
I'm with you, man.
I'm 55-year-old man, and I see some 35-year-old honeys
That's
interested.
why you get taken advantage of.
Let them.
Because Sherry's like skeptical, like this seems a little odd.
But then
and
she
you,
never
you're
gets a
like, yeah, I'll
taste.
dive right in. What do you want? I'll buy you a car.
But she never gets a taste. She never tastes the young stuff. Everybody
Oh my
wants
God.
young stuff. Is that wrong to say?
You know,
I'll buy you a car.
it is going to be strange for her, but I think that after the divorce, she kind of wants to have fun. Who knows
Yeah.
if it'll last?
I'm at that eye
You know,
dealership
if
the
he-
next day.
You know,
Whatever you want, honey. Pick it out.
Sherry, thank you for the call. I appreciate it.
I'm gonna give you the big stretch.
I love you.
Bye, love you too. Yeah, it's got to be the 72-month
Yeah,
payment plan.
yeah. Pump the brakes on that.
All right, we got a ton of Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF at the Break Room Facebook page. Again, we're talking about this coworker who we don't really know all that well, just coming in and unloading on Kimmy and I yesterday. Her 47-year-old mother is dating a 27-year-old guy, or excuse me, 25-year-old guy, 22-year age gap. She's around the same age. She doesn't like it. She says it makes her uncomfortable. She says the guy is nice, but she can't stop thinking about her mother having sex with this guy that's her age. Ashley writes us. You knew these stories were coming.
Especially from an Ashley.
What does that mean?
You know what it means.
I'm asking what it means. What does that mean?
This
Ashley's
is a
one of
person-
those quiet, subtle chicks that runs deep. You know what I'm
What?
talking about. She's clean on top, dirty on the bottom.
I disturbed.
What are you talking about? You know what I'm talking about. You've all seen an Ashley.
Ashley writes us.
What'd she say?
My dad dated my best friend's older sister
Oh, man,
no.
Daddy.
The connection
When I
ruins
was-
that.
That's diddling dynamite.
when I was 23. Okay, I'm going to start over again after the diddle and dynamite comment. Ashley writes, my dad dated my best friend's older sister when I was 23. It was terrible in every way you could think. My parents and their parents were also great friends until he started dating their daughter. It caused a rift in my relationship with my dad, with my best friend, and with my mom for some reason. Dating someone like this is a selfish thing to do.
Yes. And you're what? Why is selfish a bad thing? Is it
When it comes to your children?
Yeah.
Yeah. I sacrificed for you. I raised you.
I do and do and do. I'm sorry, Mike, you like just walk back in the door. You didn't even realize what you were saying. And then you said it. You will become your father. Do your job. Do your job. You were saying, I'm sorry.
No, but I mean, can't you be? Why is selfish a bad thing once in a while?
Because this is somebody you grew up with.
Well, no, eating the last piece of pie and banging your daughter's best friend's sister.
Oh.
But it's family.
And again, like you have to worry about so many other people in that situation.
No,
Like,
you don't.
Yeah, you do.
That's
Her
their
parents. If this is a serious relationship, you have to worry about those things down the road. What was that? Think about it. If there will be a wedding involved in the future,
there's gonna be a wedding, all right.
That doesn't even make sense, stupid. You
One
just
of
say,
them Vegas Whitechapel things with Elvis.
imagine those would be your future in-laws. Somebody that you would take your daughter to their house
So
when
deal
she
with it.
was like a 6th grader.
you know,
you know
you're,
what I mean?
you're handing out orange slices at soccer games, and now all of a sudden you're giving your daughter away to that guy.
Oh, I got a slice for you, darling.
Jason writes us on Facebook.
Yeah, what does he say?
My dad is married to a girl I went to high school with, and they've been married about 8 years. It was weird at first, but you get used to it. The hardest thing is when they all have parties or barbecues, and it's pretty much a high school reunion for me. That's the other thing. I mean, that's another great point. Like, you know this person better than your parent does up until they start banging.
Oh, yeah.
And what's the dynamic like after that? Because are they acting as your superior? Because they're your stepmom or dad. I think like that really gets complicated because it's like, hey man, like I watched you like do some stupid stuff when you were 16, 17 years old, and now you're
doing it on your daddy.
and now you're telling me what to do. Or
You
like
listen to your dad's hot side action. Go to your room.
No, that's just it. It's not side action.
Probably started on the side.
There's
Hot
also-
always starts on the side, bro.
There's also another dynamic we're not thinking about,
What's
and
that?
one that I didn't want to bring up to our coworker.
Yeah.
Was, are you like worried that your mom's gonna get hurt in all this?
course she's
Because like
gonna
I
get
would
hurt.
also be afraid of like my parents' feelings, like they're all in on this new fun thing, and they maybe think it's gonna last when it's not.
That's a good question.
Because you're gonna have to walk a parent potentially through a pretty serious breakup.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you could say that of any relationship, but I would assume it's a little more complicated when that person's 20 years younger.
I mean, look, that's a really good.
So, like, when that dude walks on her?
If he walks.
If you know, they just go their separate ways, and now you have to see that guy with younger women potentially. I just think like that would really.
Well, which one would be worse? By
I don't
the way?
know. It would really hurt her confidence either way.
Okay, look, that's a
But
very.
that was her choice to jump in. The mother.
Sure.
Yeah, but you'd still be worried about it. I mean,
I think it's a concern as the daughter.
But I don't know
Is
what
this
would,
person just using my mom? I don't know.
I don't know what would be more disturbing though if I'm that kid. If this person is gonna bail on my mom because they're just used, or I'm sorry, let me try this again. If let's say we'll use my mother.
Yeah.
If my mother is with this person because they think there's a long-term relationship and I do have to worry about them getting hurt, or if my mom is just there for a good time,
Yeah.
which would freak me out even more.
But it's weird because, like, why can't she have a good time?
She can. I just stay out of my sandbox. You know what I'm saying?
But it's not your sandbox.
It is my
It's your
sandbox.
mother's sandbox, and people can bring their pail and dig all they want. Mama's sandbox.
252 WCMF 252-9263. I'm not even laughing at what you just said. All right, we are so late, but we got to take one more call because the first Facebook message we read about dad dating best friends at 23 was from Ashley, and you said about Ashley's.
Yeah. Clean on top, dirty on the bottom.
Ashley's on CMF. Hey, Ashley, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Would you agree that all Ashleys are clean on top and dirty on the bottom?
Sure.
Okay,
sadly.
great. Okay, you were going to say
She
Ashley.
had to look first.
So I just experienced this myself. I'm 36. My father is 57, and he was dating a 37-year-old. It didn't fare well, and like Kimmy was just saying, like walking your parent through an awful breakup, it was awful. I mean, this person was like a high schooler, so it was like walking a parent through a high school relationship that just went awful. Like, and at first you're grossed out by it because you're like, Jesus, just like you guys were just saying, you could have played in the same sandbox. So it's like, ew. And like the whole thing was just ew.
So what was so horrible about the breakup?
I mean, it was a year of back and forth, constant breakup. I mean, and just within the first couple of months, my father called me crying his eyes out. I never saw my father cry after 2 divorces. So,
Man, well, how does that make you feel about how he felt about your mother, Ashley?
I feel the same way. So,
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
So it's just, one, at first it's awkward for you because you're going, God, I could have, like the other person, I could have grown up with them. But then it's like, you just watched a high school relationship on and off. And, when you're older, too, your parents, unfortunately, they get you more involved and they talk more about it. So you learn more about your parents, too, that you don't really want to know about.
Okay.
They're a little more open.
That's terrible. Okay. Well, Ashley, I'm sorry.
He's going to get over it just fine, man.
Sounds like he really struggled, and that would
what,
be my
what
fear.
relationship ends like that?
Like,
It's
how do
going
you
to be
walk?
tough.
I guess.
Ashley, I am super late, but thank you for the call. I really appreciate it.
No problem. Bye, guys.
You wrap that up there. I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say. I would think that your parent is riding a high, right?
Oh, he was riding high, all right.
Because like this may be something that they never thought that they could achieve. This
Keep
pushing through. Keep pushing
person
through.
might seem like way out of their league, and it could be potentially like one of the biggest, breakups they've ever had because maybe it was so far out of their league that they're coming down from such a high. You know what I mean?
I think all men, as they age and they're in the nursing home, if they get that lucky in life,
Yeah.
they will look back finally on every dirty ride.
Okay. We're going to end there. Let's take a break.
Put that on a T-shirt.
Our favorite segment on 10NBC. That are becoming more sparse. It's called.
Yeah, they're running out of them.
It's called.
No, there's always good question.
They are getting pretty weak.
No, this week's good question is
was
actually
good?
a really good question because this is something that people on the east side may drive by all the time, and it sticks out like a sore thumb. It is not like any of the others.
This is the dumbest one they did yet.
No.
Why does it look like that?
We'll get
Take
into
a
it.
guess, idiot.
We're gonna figure, but you didn't know the answer.
I knew the answer
No,
right
you didn't
away.
know the answer. You still don't know the answer because they didn't actually give us an answer.
Yeah, because there ain't one.
So how'd you know the answer?
I figured it out.
We're gonna do it next here at the break room on CMF. is jarring enough where this makes people stop and look at it if they're not expecting it when they're driving on the east side.
Yeah.
And if you don't live in this area, it almost looks like a museum, both inside and out.
Yeah.
Yet, as unique as it is, no one really knows why this Wegmans looks different than all the rest.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't, and you don't either.
Yes, I do.
You don't have a definite answer.
Yeah, I do.
And
Or you shut it down.
Okay. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7:45, after what happened yesterday. Whatever you do, do not call, see, try to contact any members of your family for the next 5 days.
Okay.
We'll get to it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. One of our favorite news segments comes from 10 NBC.
Yeah, what is it?
It's called Good Question! And this week's Good Question comes from John.
Yeah.
He asked 10 NBC, why does the Wegmans store on Fairport Road have the same exterior signage it's had for decades, while all the other stores have been updated numerous times throughout the years? And it's an actual good question. If you're not familiar with this Wegmans, it looks like it's from the 1950s.
Stands
It
out.
is, because it is.
You're right.
It was built when I was born.
It was built when it was born.
No, when
When I
he
was
was born.
born.
Okay, 1958.
Yeah.
It is the smallest Wegmans in the entire chain. And if you grew up here,
Why should it look like that?
walking into that Wegmans is a blast from the past. It's the Wegmans you remember walking through when you were a kid.
It's old.
As far as the answer to John's question.
I don't know if what you're mad at right now.
John, an idiot.
No, here's the funniest part. Kimmy, like when we get to Tommy's part to speak here, he's not going to have an answer because as far as the answer to John's question goes, Wegmans essentially said they've kept the retro sign because it fits the look of the building. The building is retro, so the sign is retro, but that doesn't answer the most important question. Why did they keep the building retro? And you are getting angry that he doesn't know because you say you know. So what's the answer?
They don't want to invest in it. They're going to leave it as it is. They're not going to build a new Wegmans. They're either going to tear it down and build a new one or not.
So why didn't they tear it down 25 years ago?
They didn't want to.
Why?
They've updated every other Wegmans.
Yes.
Right.
It is updated throughout time, signs, building, whatever. But it is weird that this one's just remained untouched.
Unless they want to keep one from back in the day,
Oh,
like
that's
they
weird.
do
No,
like
what
the
is
original McDonald's.
What is unless? What is unless? Because you just said here and said, I know the answer. I know the answer.
It's old and they want to keep one old one.
No, but it doesn't make sense that they want to keep one old one. And if they were going to keep one old one, why did they keep that one, the old one? Why didn't they keep the original Wegmans the entire time? Stupid.
I don't even know where the original Wegmans was.
Neither do I. And we know it's not the original Wegmans because they would say this was the original Wegmans. They could have kept that one if they were looking for historical significance, man. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Why are they keeping this Fairport Wegmans so old school and tiny? Because you almost feel for the folks that live in that area.
They're probably comfortable with it because it's their Wegmans.
Okay, but every other town gets the shiny monolith Wegmans.
Yeah. But they still got all the same stuff in there.
Yeah,
just
but
less of it.
It is, though, like shopping in 1970. Right?
I hear you can smoke in there. You can litter. You can discipline your kids openly.
If Wegmans wanted to, they could knock that place down and make it bigger. Because based on how the plaza looks, they own that plaza, right?
Oh, they do?
I mean,
All
well,
right.
I always assume that all the plazas that have like the brown awnings,
Yeah, it's probably theirs.
right?
Yeah.
Right? So I'm guessing they could do what they did in countless other towns over the last 25 years, knock it down and build a monster Wegmans. Why have they not done that? Oh, you going, I know the answer. It's so stupid.
They probably make a ton of money because it's been paid off for like 1,000 years and it's just nothing but pure profit coming.
Okay, then why wouldn't they stick with that way with all the Wegmanses?
Well, no, because they had to grow other areas.
Oh, did they have to do that? Man, it's
Well, 'cause,
amazing.
they couldn't go into new areas and put up an old ass looking building.
No, but you could have kept all the old Wegmans. Think about the Wegmans in this area, all the Wegmans in these areas that have changed throughout the years. They closed the one on Brooks Ave and Gates. They closed the one on Mount Hope where College Town is now.
Yeah.
The East Henrietta Road one was shut down. They built the Calkins Road Wegmans right down the street, right?
Yeah, maybe they wanted to keep one retro because they like y'all love this stuff.
Okay, but again. Oh, wait, but you didn't know it was retro when you were keeping it retro. Like, there was a point where it was just old.
Yeah.
Now it's cool and kitschy, but 15 years ago, 20 years ago, it was just an old
It was,
Wegmans,
yeah.
right?
Wood floors. Yeah.
Like, you can't tell me that Wegmans had the foresight of, yeah, it looks like crap now, but 20 years from now, when records are back in and kids are wearing flappy jeans again, everyone's going to love this store. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Desiree says she has the answer.
Oh, Desiree does.
She's on CMF. Hey, Desiree, how are you?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Good. So I think the Fairport Wegmans is still retro because the people who claim it to be theirs want it to stay the way it is.
What do you mean claim it to be theirs? Like, you mean
Well,
like
like the
customers?
local people, yeah.
Yeah. I don't mean like claim like it's not, but I mean like the ones who identify as that's my Wegmans want it to stay that way.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
Okay, so you're telling me the folks that live out that area, they enjoy the fact that they have an old school Wegmans.
Yes. Not only that, but if you walk inside, normally when you walk into a Wegmans, you walk into the produce department. When you walk into that store, it is not produce. Produce is like the back corner, which is weird. But my understanding is that the locals want it to stay the way it is.
Okay, but that's strange. Look, I've been in that Wegmans a bunch of times. When we would broadcast from Bill's camp, I would go to that Wegmans and grab something to eat.
I do find it's a generally older crowd that shops there.
But I think it's a generally older area, too.
Right,
probably,
that's what I mean.
Yeah,
so I wonder if that does factor into them keeping it the way it is.
But Desiree, I get like claustrophobic in that place. It's so small.
It's like grocery stores look like
I've
1,000
only
years
been
ago.
there. I've only been there once, if I recall, and I wasn't really.
Hold on. You've only been in this store once, but you called up to tell us why it exists the way it does.
Well, because I know things.
She knows
because
things.
I haven't been there.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, she came in more
also-
confidence than you did.
I'm pretty sure the town doesn't have a say what Wegmans does with their building.
No, she said the customers. If
Yeah.
the customers
I'm
would want to
sure
change.
it does.
You're going to tell me if they build a
I'm
new one,
sure it
nobody's going to
does.
go in it? They're too rich for my blood.
So now you're arguing they should change it, even though you just came in here going, I know why, and this is why, and this is why it's good.
I mean, I'm not crazy looking at it when I drive by to the dentist.
Desiree, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it. Have a good rest
I mean, I
of
would
the
be
day.
depressed if I had to go into that place and shop.
No, because if this was your Wegmans, you would brag about, oh, mine's different. Mine's original. You can't beat original.
No,
It's as
she's-
old as me.
She's 100% right. She is 100% right.
You'd be defending that Wegmans to the death.
252 WCMF. This week's good question on 10NBC is why does the Wegmans on Fairport Road still have the retro sign? And Wegmans' answer was, well, we kept the sign retro because the store is retro. But they don't follow up the question with, why is the store retro? And we don't have a solid answer as to why all of the work that Wegmans has done on almost every other store that they own.
So this is their only old one left,
It's
right?
the oldest one they have. I mean, can you think of another elderly Wegmans?
No.
Right? And I do wonder, too, because like that, it's a weird area where the Pittsford Wegmans is like a 7-minute drive from that location.
Yeah, it's not far from other things.
So, like, do people in that area, do they do their big grocery shopping at the Pittsford Wegmans and they use that Wegmans as almost
Like a convenience store?
Yeah, because, I mean,
Maybe.
look, man, when you compare these new fast tracks, I know I sound like an old man.
These new gas stations.
Well, no, but like Fast Track Delta Sonic is a legitimate
Yeah, it is.
grocery store.
Yeah, it is.
is.
Yeah,
It's
you can get
huge.
milk and eggs in there.
It feels like it's the same size. Bro, you can get flour and sugar in these Fast Tracks. They got a whole pizza shop inside.
Look at that.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Tom. Hey, Tom. How are you, buddy?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
So there is another older Wegmans. It's in East Syracuse, and it's kind of in a busted neighborhood, too. And it fits. The one odd thing is that the aisles run the opposite direction. Instead of going to the front and back, they go side to side. It's very weird.
That
freak
would be,
me out.
yeah,
I
that
don't
would
like it.
that would really throw me
I don't
off.
like it at all.
Wow.
All right, any reason why they keep that Wegmans the way it is, Tom?
I just think the neighborhood's busted, so they don't upgrade it like that Mount Hope one used to be.
But what's weird about Mount Hope is I don't know. Mount Hope never felt like a bad neighborhood to me. I mean, it's really nice now. You got College Town and all those
Yeah,
restaurants.
but they built it up.
I spent a lot of time down there. Like when Wegmans left is when it got a little weird.
Yeah, it was never that bad, but this place isn't terrible in Syracuse, but it doesn't look like it's ready for an upgrade.
All right, thank you, Tom, for the call. I appreciate it. Because there's only one Wegmans inside the city limits, and it's the East Ave Wegmans.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's Kimmy's Wegmans.
And even that Wegmans, which they didn't have to touch because, again, it's the only Wegmans in the city of
That
Rochester,
area.
right? Like, people still would have gone. They even invested major money in that. They made that restaurant, Amore. They put that in there, right? If you walk in, it looks like one of the newer Wegmans, right?
Yeah.
It's the kind of the ones they're building like in the cities now. It's smaller, it's tighter.
Yeah.
Keep it tight.
But still nice. You know, it makes you wonder too, like what would Wegmans look like had they kept the stores that they ended up closing? There's one on Driving Park that's now a Price Right. That was one. That was like an old school Wegmans
Yeah.
when I was going to Aquinas when it was still open. We bring up Mount Hope. We bring up Brooks Ave and Gates. Like, did they close these stores to make the stores in other places bigger and more exciting?
Yeah. Probably in areas that, because that area got rough, they probably split.
But again, it's not so much rough. Like that Brooks Ave and Gates, it's not rough. It's not. It's where their world headquarters are.
Yeah.
So it's too rough for a grocery store.
Fine for
not,
world headquarters.
but not too rough for the center heart of Wegmans.
I don't know.
No, but I guess my question is then if you close these smaller stores to focus on building bigger, more exciting stores, why didn't you close this one and build a bigger, more exciting one on the east side?
And by the way, they may be doing that. They don't want to tip their hand.
But
I mean, maybe there's plans in the works to put a new one up, take that one down.
Well, no, because like when you walk in that Fairport Road Wegmans, it is like a museum. They have pictures of like the night when they first opened it up. So they fully leaned into the idea that it's like a museum Wegmans.
But they can always put those pictures up in a new one. You know what I mean?
It's not the same because it's like it looks different.
I mean, I would love to see a new one there.
Why? It doesn't affect you at all.
No, because I might go there. It's close to my house, too.
Oh, you'd abandon the mothership.
Well, the mothership's getting beat up and old, bro. It's 20 years old.
Now you're insulting your Wegmans?
Not insulting it, but like your Wegmans on Calkins is way nicer than mine. It's brand new.
It is.
I don't know. The Pittsburgh Wegmans is nice. What
It's
do you
20
mean?
years old.
Not nice enough.
It's 20 years old?
It doesn't have a clock tower.
What are you, Ted Turner? You're building new stadiums every 2 decades?
It'd be nice. It needs sprucing up.
Wow.
What do you need out of your Wegmans that you don't have right now?
It just needs to be
A clock tower?
Clock tower would be nice.
No, but like in all sincerity, like what would make it different?
They could expand a few things.
Expand what? You have all of the prepared foods.
You also brag about how they test stuff there. You get all the new stuff
We do
before
get all the
everybody
new
else.
stuff.
Man, after all that
I
loyalty?
I don't
love
see
the
you.
place.
I do
Listen,
not
no,
see
doesn't
you
sound like it.
abandoning
Doesn't sound like
ship.
it.
Listen, I can talk. I'm part of the club.
What club
Shoppers
is that?
Club.
Like only you can talk poorly about your Wegmans.
Yes.
Is that it?
252 WCMF 252-9263. Tommy, as we were coming into this discussion, I know why that Wegmans at Fairport
It's
has to
old.
change. I know why. I don't have an answer actually, and I'm going to criticize everyone else's answer that actually make more sense than what I said. Mike's on CMF. Hey, Mikey, how are you, buddy?
Hey, Duff. Good. How you doing? So, Tommy, just so you know, your Shoppers Club card for Pittsburgh Wegmans has been revoked. Stop there. You just turncoated on the mothership. You're done. You're out.
Mikey, what do you got, bud?
18 days are off for you. So it's interesting. Most of the Wegmans add-ons. So from that Pittsburgh or that Fairport Wegmans, you mentioned Pittsburgh Wegmans, but from that location, there's Penfield Wegmans, and then there's one in Perrington. And the one in Perrington they just rehabbed, and both of those were enormous. So you Union have to go all the way to Pittsburgh to get a bigger Wegmans from that general location in Fairport. But there's no other Wegmans on the east side, and I'm talking Wayne County, other than the one in Newark, which is interesting that they haven't done any sort of sprawl eastward except for jump all the way to Syracuse like the other guy said.
Yeah, and what's even more interesting...
No, there's one in Auburn.
There's a Wegmans in Auburn?
Yeah, because my cousin has worked there for like 30 years.
Okay, are you sure, or he's just saying stuff to shut you up?
I'm just saying things. No, there is Auburn has a Wegmans.
No, but to his point, like when you get
Right next to the prison.
In Tommy World, there is.
When you get into Wayne County, that seems more like Tops land, which is strange because Tops is actually coming from the other side.
Right.
They're a Buffalo company.
Yeah.
You know
But
what
it's
I mean?
also sparsely
Exactly.
populated.
It's kind of weird. It's almost like they jumped the city for some reason. And I mean, you got Walmart and Tops that kind of are your head grocers on this east side Wayne County area.
And the bait and tackle shop.
And bait tackle, yeah, and tire shop.
Mikey,
Yep.
thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Take care. All right. So, hey, thanks for answering the question with no answer, you idiot.
It's old. Leave it alone.
Are we talking about Wegmans or are we talking about you?
Both.
All right, let's take a break. After yesterday's massive news, whatever you do not call, go to their home, reach out via Facebook to any family members for at least the next 7 days.
Okay.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Based on yesterday's news, whatever you do, avoid all family for the foreseeable future. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. Everybody knows.
What happened?
The former president convicted on 34 felony counts yesterday.
What?
Where have you been? Where have you been, Tom? It is the first time a former president has been convicted of a felony in the history of the United States of America. And look, no matter how you feel about it personally, you cannot argue that it is an historic moment.
Yeah.
And that brings us to how folks are personally dealing with what happened yesterday. Because if you were on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, oh my God.
Oh, yeah, the fire was lit.
Oh my God. All right, here is your keep yourself happy and sane tip of the day from the break room.
What do I do?
Okay. Whatever you do, do not call, go see, go out of your way to contact any member of your family for at minimum the next 7 days.
Yeah, give it a week. Even then, there's no guarantee.
But at least 7 days, right? You've had time for the fuse to burn itself for a little while. Maybe the bomb has gone off and you're just going to get snide things, not, ah!
Yes.
Because odds are, based on how we keep our social circles, most of your friends and family, or most of your friends, are on similar political and social grounds, right? So having a conversation with them, depending on how you feel about what happened yesterday, not that hard.
Yeah.
Family is always a wild card. And with this, again, being the first former president ever convicted of a felony, combined with how divided people are in their feelings on him before yesterday's verdict, you are playing with a nuclear weapon if you make that phone call.
Yeah, but sometimes people are also dying for an argument.
True.
You know, they're
And
dying to call up the other side.
Well, why would you pick up that call?
Because they're also dying to fight.
Okay, why?
I mean, because everybody...
There are people that love, to your point, like they both sides look forward to having the debate. And I've never been that person about anything. Like, I just avoid.
Okay.
My family is full of them on both sides. Like, my phone looked like Jiffy Pop yesterday. Just bouncing off the table.
But even if you are someone that wants to have that conversation and wants to have that argument, there's no conversation that's going to end up well when you go down that road.
But they keep lining up for it.
But, it's like, hey, here's what I'll do, right? Like, you're a family member of mine, and no matter how you feel, personally, whatever, you're going to have to be my family member. Why not take that relationship and destroy it? Because that's what you're doing.
Absolutely. And you're not going to change anybody's mind.
Exactly.
But my old man and his smarter sister would go at it all the time. And here's the weirdest part. They were on the same political page, and they would light each other up, which was so weird.
It's also
like you all agree, and you're still fighting.
No, but it's also refreshing. I find that refreshing, right? Because there should be arguments within the same political side.
Really?
Yeah,
you both like this guy.
No, I understand.
But I guess there are always things you can debate
But they would go at
right
it,
or wrong.
man. They were like pit bulls on a ham.
No, but when it comes to any political candidate, even if you like that candidate, you want to vote for that candidate, you're not going to agree with everything. You should not agree with everything that candidate says.
But I wouldn't argue. I mean,
I'm with you.
I wouldn't be passionate about
I'm with
that.
you. I'm with you. But
But they did, yeah.
I also think it's important to sit back and fully appreciate all of the historical things we've seen over the last, let's say, decade. Stuff that up until right now, you never would have anticipated witnessing, living through, being affected by in your life. And in regards to yesterday's verdict, it's also important to remember that nobody on this planet can fully comprehend its place in history at this moment.
Oh, but people think they can.
Okay, but you can't. And I got perfect examples.
People think that they're experts. I've heard a lot of interesting takes from people that do not work in law.
Okay, that's the other funny thing, man. Everybody's a lawyer. Everybody's a judge. Everybody's a, what do you call that, junior lawyer?
Yeah. Paralegal.
There you go. If we use examples from the past, right? Let's talk about Monica Lewinsky and Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
We thought we understood what that meant in the moment. It wasn't until 20 years later that we got the full scope of it. You talk about the hanging Chad situation in the Bush-Gore election.
I forgot about that.
That caused major explosion across this country. We thought we understood the full scope of that in the moment. It took us 20, 30 years to figure that out.
Yeah.
You even look at something like 9/11 that affected all of us in a way that we thought in that moment, how can anything be different than what we're feeling right now? And it took us a full 20 years to fully comprehend what that meant to this country and the rest of the world, right? This could be a Watergate moment that's studied for the next 200 years. This could also be just the beginning of even more unbelievable events that we can't even comprehend yet.
Yeah, but I guess that's kind of how history rolls, right? History doesn't stand still. It moves.
Yeah.
Even the stuff that happened back, it's still evolving, to your point.
And I think that's the problem with any conversation that is had about what happened with the former president in court yesterday. Because we don't have context to it. We don't know how it affects the world. We don't know how it changes our history. We don't even know how it affects the former
Moving
president.
forward,
Yes,
yeah.
right? I mean, we have no idea at this point. Like,
I will say learning a lot with things like this and the exposure gets, because these are things that you would have never expected to happen. So watching it all play out is very informative in the fact that, oh, like that's what happens when all this goes down. Oh, like that's how it's all going to play out. Like it's just stuff we've never experienced before that now we know moving forward if it were to happen again, like we would kind of know what to expect, I guess.
but maybe because people thought that about Watergate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like people thought, oh, we've kind of seen this before. And then, I mean, Kimmy, every story has a different ending, even if the story seems similar.
Yeah. But I will say I think it exposes problems that maybe people hope to fix one day.
Okay. But we're also finding, like, okay, well, let's use Judge Leticia Stasio from all those years ago, right?
Yeah.
She exposed in local
A
government.
lot of weird things that we didn't know.
Flaws in the system.
Yeah. And we go, okay, and one of our takes while all that was happening, right, was like, well, at least she's exposing the flaws so they can be fixed.
Right.
And we are now, what, 4 years out, 5 years
Probably
out?
more
And
than
everything's fixed.
They have not changed a damn thing.
No, they haven't.
They have
Yeah.
not changed a damn
Right.
thing. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Your tip of the day.
Yeah.
Whatever you do after the verdict yesterday with the former president in New York City, guilty on 34 felony counts, do not reach out to any family members for the next 7 days.
Or stay off group texts.
Also
Because that started last night between family members that I was getting sucked into.
Did you say anything?
No, of course not, man.
Well, I don't know, man. I mean, sometimes you feel like you have to say
listen,
something.
I talked to both of my brothers on Sunday. I'm saving that all for Sunday.
Okay. Oh.
What? They're two 70-year-old men
Oh,
that live
man.
in Florida.
You're
They'll be
doing-
fine.
but
I'm
you're-
sure they're both armed and heading towards the city hall right now.
You're going to do that all at once? That
Yeah.
seems like a lot for one day.
Honey, get all my upside down flags.
Can I say one thing that I was, I mean, maybe disappointed is the wrong way. So I didn't live through Watergate,
Yeah.
right?
I was just a kid.
Okay, so I guess I anticipated when something like this happened, because tell me if you think I'm wrong. I mean, would Watergate be the other equivalent to American history to
And
this?
Watergate took 4 years to completely unfold. But people forget it wasn't like quick. Because people go, oh, this is dragging out. Man, Watergate went on forever. It was like when you came home from school, you were pissed off. Goddamn, Watergate's on. I want to watch television.
Like the way that I learned about Watergate, to the point you just made.
It had to be school.
But in school, like they made it seem like this turning point in American history. Like it just happened and boom.
It was done.
Yes. And
Well,
like,
you never had anything like that in real time before, like a president resigning in midterm because he knew he was cooked.
So, I mean, I guess what I was expecting yesterday and maybe over the last couple of weeks is like there was going to be a turn in real time.
You're waiting for it to happen at a faster pace.
But I guess even after the verdict was read yesterday, like it was just arguments. Like there wasn't a change in thought process from a lot of people. Like everything stayed the same. I guess it's strange to me based on the way we're taught history, right? Like, hey, this happened and then this changed and this happened and we went down this road. Maybe I'm being naive, but I anticipated when we started going down this road that whatever happened, there was going to be an instant change.
And there ain't.
And that's just it.
Right. It's slow.
Stupid on my part, right? But I don't know. Maybe it speaks to how we teach our kids about things that happened in the past.
Yeah. They're all snapshots.
And I'm guessing it's only going to get quicker as time moves on, right? Because, I mean, you're trying to cram more information into that kid's mind, right?
But
so
we may be
so it's
running
only
out
going to
of
seem
Playboy
like it
models.
happens faster for your kids.
No, you make a great point.
Yeah.
There's more they have to
I
learn.
mean, we didn't have to learn about 9/11 because we were going
We
through. I mean,
experienced it.
like that's probably a whole unit for your kids now in school, right?
Think about this. I mean, we brought up Gore Bush. Like that was a big moment in
I
American
forgot
history.
that one I completely forgot about.
Right, we were living through it, so that wasn't a part necessarily
Yeah.
of history that you were learning as a kid.
But like, I don't think my kids are going to learn about that. And if they do, it's
Well,
going to
it'll be small.
something on a page
Yeah.
that they read through in
Right.
one day. You know what I mean?
True. Like how much World War I did I learn? Zero.
Yeah.
Like World War I. Let's get to World War II.
We read All's Quiet on the Western Front. That's what we got.
Yeah.
That's
And it was quiet, so what am I reading? Nothing happened.
All right. So again, because we love all of you.
Yeah.
Do not.
Don't touch it.
Don't call your father, your mother, your brother, your sister, your cousin, your uncle, your grandpa. Don't reach out to them on Facebook. Don't like anything that they put out. Don't comment on anything because you're just asking for trouble.
Yeah.
And you don't need the blood pressure, man. You don't need it.
All right.
Take a breath. Deep breaths. It's history, man.
Okay.
It's history. You know what else could be history?
What's that?
Kimmy's marriage.
Wow.
How?
That's a jump.
Well, Kimmy, look.
What happened? What'd she do?
Well, you and I found something astonishing out about Kimmy and her name.
Oh, yeah.
You know how we always make that joke whenever Kimmy's acting suspicious? Kimmy, if that is your real name. Turns out it's not.
I know.
At least the one that she's been using.
That's my name.
Okay.
It's my name. You didn't even know.
I was stunned that you did this. I was even more stunned that you're saying this is a common thing.
Yeah.
And we'll tell you what it is next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It used to be, Tommy. This change wasn't even a question after a couple got married.
Oh.
It's not that way anymore. And most folks totally understand if a woman wants to keep things the way she had them before she got married.
Okay.
But we're living in a new world, Tommy. A world where the ladies, they tell you one thing, they actually do another.
Oh.
I'm here to tell you where the road is out.
Okay.
And it turns out
Yeah.
one of these ladies resides right here in the break room.
Really?
You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it. Kimmy offhandedly mentioned something earlier this week in a commercial break that stopped Tommy and I in our tracks. Because your name is Kimmy Coffee.
Yes.
Right? That is your husband's last name?
Correct.
You took his last name.
Yeah.
And we have referred to you as Kimmy Coffee since the moment you got married. You've referred to yourself as Kimmy Coffee.
That's what
Also,
I go by.
Kimmy No Cups.
How long were you thinking about that for?
It just came to me.
Okay.
But it turns out, Tommy, that is not her real name.
What?
Well, on paper, officially.
So it's not your real name.
No, I never went and actually officially got my name changed. But I
So
go
you
by it.
you kept your old name.
Technically, yes. But I mean, again, like I've adopted Coffee as my last name.
But it's not your last name.
It's my last name.
So if you get pulled over, the cop's going to go,
Okay,
oh,
on
hello,
my
Miss
license, it says my old last name.
So then it's not your last name.
So why did you not do that and disrespect your husband?
It just, wow.
He's the man of the house.
Wow.
Look at that beef back there.
Yeah.
It
I've
was
changed my
kind of-
name for that.
It was kind of one of those things that, it wasn't like he, really needed me to change it. It just was kind of easier at
demanded.
the time to keep my.
That's not what I'm saying, by the way, but you were saying
I
it,
didn't
I'm
hear
sorry.
what he said.
No, he goes, I demand it. Tommy would demand it. Hey, listen, I need you to change it. Before I move into your house, I need you to change your name to my name.
It's a lot of work, and
It's not a lot of work.
Yes, it is.
You go down and you change
Have you ever
it.
changed your last name?
I don't need to.
There
I'm
is
the man.
a reason that women
Man ain't got to change nothing.
There's a reason that women who get divorces just keep their last name because it's that much of a pain in the ass to change your name.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I didn't mean to cut you off, Kimmy. What were you saying?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So here's the thing, Tommy. It would be totally understandable if a woman didn't want to change her name at all, right? Like you go by a certain name for how many years, you become attached to it, obviously, it's your family, right? You may have accomplished things with your maiden name that you're proud of.
The hell
You
did
wanna
you do?
become a doctor?
Oh, all right.
Okay. You could have
Well, other than doctoring.
you could have an attachment to that family name and you want it to continue to live on, right? I would not fault a woman for doing that at all. And I don't think most folks would anymore either. Kimmy, what you're describing from you and your friends, because you said you're not the only person that's done this.
No, I know people that and I didn't know this until later, but they just never officially changed their last name. They still go. They have kids with people, and they go by their husband's name. They just never officially changed it.
What you're describing.
I think the longer you go without changing it, you know what I mean? Like, if you don't do it immediately after you get married, I think people get into this headspace of, I'll do it eventually, and then you just never do it.
But like,
because you realize it's not really, it's not like on a daily basis you need to
You make it sound
use
like you're
your last
cleaning out a
name.
closet. I get to it.
And that's what's so funny is like you don't have, if any of those other reasons you were like, I want to keep it for XYZ, like I would be, I totally get it. You're not changing your name to your husband's name out of laziness.
Yes, I just don't want it.
Think about it.
Screw it. I gotta go all the way down here. I gotta write this down over.
That's what I'm saying.
It is. It takes a lot of time. And you're not even thinking about other things you have to change until it becomes a problem.
Like what?
Like 30 years of my life, everything is in my name. Bank accounts, big purchases, things like that. Like the act of changing your name may only take a day, but all that other stuff.
You could do in a day.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
Have you ever changed your last name?
No, I don't need to, but I've had women in my life that had to change their
For
name.
some reason,
To be
and I
fair-
can't understand
be
why.
fair,
Go
if
ahead,
there's-
take shots. Go ahead, take shots at my
You
masculinity.
even have a crappy last name.
I don't even know. Look who's talking.
I have a better last name now.
Your name doesn't even sound like it's finished.
He does bring up a good point.
Like it just kind of tails
Your
off.
maiden name is missing letters.
Yeah, it's like
My
you're
maiden name?
speaking.
Yes, it is.
You know, like when you hear people
Yes,
speak French.
it
Finish
does.
the word.
Oh, I know. I'm not. I have no attachment to my
My name is.
my official last name.
If there is a man who is an expert on women changing names, it would be Tommy.
Yeah.
It's happened 3 times in front of
Yeah.
him.
Yeah, and those poor women had to do it multiple times. Change it back.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy and I were shocked to discover in a commercial break this week that Kimmy's last name, her married name, Kimmy Coffee, which, by the way, is unintentionally the greatest morning show radio name of all time.
Yeah, like women would pay for that name.
She's been married, 3 years now?
Easily.
Okay, and we've been calling her Kimmy Coffee.
For him, it seems like ever.
It's not her name.
No.
She never changed her name.
But it almost sounds like when I hear women that do this, like they're keeping their options open. Like, in case it doesn't work out, I don't have to, change everything back again.
It's interesting you waited to make that point until she was on the phone, you coward-ass bitch.
It's like you moved in, but you didn't unpack everything. You left a few boxes down in the basement.
Oh, look,
so what would you say then about women who want to keep their last name?
I don't think that's right.
What? You don't think it's
right?
You take the name of the penis.
What?
You just talk about trailing off at the end.
But honestly, what does that do for your relationship? Because it doesn't stop anybody from getting a divorce.
It bonds
I can divorce you whether or not I have your last name.
I understand, but it shows a commitment.
Yeah, Mr. 3 marriages in.
That's a flamethrower right there.
Whatever.
Thank God she got your last name.
Man, you walked into a buzzsaw, you didn't even see it coming.
Every day.
Well, no, but she makes a good point. Like, if you want to talk about bonding and commitment, you're the last guy to talk to about, long-term bonding and commitment.
Well, show me if you're all in. If we're jumping in bed together, show me you're all in.
So if your wife now said she wanted to keep her maiden name because it's the name of her children, right, that you would have said no?
The house is under her last name.
Well, other than that.
Credit cards.
You wouldn't have married
bank
her?
accounts.
Of course I would have married.
So then why you?
Because I'm also a coward. I don't stand behind what I say.
And it's interesting too that you could convince her to do that because it also changed.
Convince.
Well, it also she would now has a different name than her kids, which I would think would complicate things.
Because I know multiple women who have gotten divorced and kept the name of their ex-husband. Only so they could have the same last name as their kids, so there isn't confusion when the school calls or they're doing sports and stuff like that.
That's a reason.
Wait.
I don't feel like doing it today is not a reason.
Well, no. They're keeping the names of their ex-husbands.
I understand, but
that's a name that you were not born with. It's the name of a man that you maybe no longer like, no longer want to be around.
But I understand the sacrifice for the children.
Okay.
Because that's what it's all about.
The children. It's all about the children.
Women with no kids going, I ain't got no time to be changing.
No, I think that's more of a reason that you. I will say, if we ever had kids, I would probably change my last name. I think it makes life easier. That way, the whole, when you're going to your kids' stuff, you have their official last name.
So you do have time.
I was going to say, you're kind of.
Well, no, but that would make life easier. Right now, it does not make life easier to change my last name.
Did your husband have any issue with this?
Not at all.
Have you talked to him about it?
Yeah, because to be honest, it's not even something that you think about until I don't know, you got to sign an official document or something.
Give me a baby and I'll do it.
But again, I don't even think he would care then. I just would do it for my kid. You know what I mean? It wouldn't even be I felt compelled to do it.
And maybe I'll change my name, baby.
Going down to do some paperwork.
Baby.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy and I were shocked to discover that Kimmy Coffee is not actually Kimmy Coffee. She kept her maiden name. Officially.
Like a spy.
She unofficially goes by her husband's name.
Yeah.
But
I introduce myself like that, and
insurance ID.
Everybody knows me as that.
Insurance ID, bank accounts.
Would you need to check my paperwork when you meet me?
I know. It's just weird. I've never heard of
but
this.
You
Some
just listed a
countries you
bunch of
have
other
to.
stuff you have to change.
No, I understand. Look.
You be you. You go, girl.
No, I have no problem. It's my business. I have no problem with a woman saying I have these reasons. That makes sense. It's just funny to you. You're I'm on the couch. I'm not getting up.
Yes.
I'm married. It's fine.
It's one of those
jets
things
off to the West Coast on a whim, but I can't go down and change my name.
Bringing that up for some reason.
Hanging out in Palm Springs under an alias at Bob Hope's house.
252-WCMF. Let's talk to Jim. Hey, Jimmy. How are you, buddy?
Good, man. I got married, and in New York, you can actually change your name to the wife's last name. They don't really
for
care.
the Bend Over Act that they passed a few years ago?
I have a horrible last name. It's always mispronounced, misspelled. Anytime we make reservations, we use her name, which is it's super easy. But anyway, I looked into changing mine to hers just to make life easier for me, and it is such a pain in the hoo-hoos that I'm like,
you know what?
You're gonna change your name to mine.
So you understand why Kimmy is doing what she's doing?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if
Lazy
she
ass
doesn't
Jimmy.
need to, and the husband's fine with it, My wife did it. She out of tradition. But it is a pain. All your investments, your banks, your credit cards.
Oh, those
everything.
big Jimmy investments.
Well, how about Kimmy investments? She invested in a half a bag of chips. She's got to write her name on that.
But it is. It's a pain. It's a pain in the butt to do. So
All right, Jim.
I get that Kimmy's not doing it.
Jim, let me ask you: had your wife come to you after you got married and go, "Listen, it's all this pain in the ass. I don't want to do this. I'll keep the name. I'll use the name that you have, but like officially, I'm going to keep my maiden name." Would you have had a problem with that?
No,
Okay.
no. She married me. I don't. The name is nothing.
Jim, thanks for the
Tommy's-
call. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Tommy's insecurity, however,
What about
the name is
insecure?
everything.
Ooh, we're cutting down on Tommy to the core.
What about me is insecure?
Jimmy, thanks for the call, but I appreciate it. Going back to what Jimmy brought up.
Yeah.
I know two men in different parts of my life that have taken on their wives' last names.
Oh, Bendy boys?
Both because they despise their family and wanted that name to die.
All right. all right.
Jeez.
Yeah.
That's harsh. That's just not, that's doing it less for your wife and more as a shot to your
Oh,
family.
the one
Yeah.
dude's dad, flip to the F
Man.
out.
It's kind of cruel to do to your father and mother. Man.
Yeah, you don't know what their fathers and mothers did to them.
Listen, man, I always speak glowingly about my parents. So do you.
I wonder how many people have changed to their wife's last name because their last name just they got like made fun of for it or something.
Well, that was kind of to Jimmy's point. Like he had a weird last name that he
Yeah.
was always getting lit up for.
252 WCMF. Kimmy is now going by an alias. She goes by her husband's last name like in public, but all of her documents, paperwork, she never changed her maiden name. She is secretly one of these hardcore, independent,
Gals.
armpit, hair having ladies. So, fun fact, the Pew Research Center says about 14% of straight American women over the last decade have kept their last name.
Oh,
And another 5% did the hypothetical.
the hyphen name.
The hyphenated
Like
name.
Hillary Rodham Clinton.
You got it.
Yeah.
So 1 in 5 married American women over the last decade have kept their maiden names.
You got a bunch of Hillarys running around out there, boy.
I just find it so funny. You're such a puss. You're such a puss. Let me give you a hot take in my wife's house. Bro, all right, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You love your wife.
Yeah.
All right. And she's giving you a place to live, and she has upgraded your lifestyle.
Yeah.
Okay.
I get it.
If she said, listen, it would mean a lot to me because of the name of my children. I want us to all be a family. If you took on my last
So
name.
she summoned me to the kitchen table.
Yes.
Boy, come here.
Would you have had that conversation if she wanted you to change your name to hers?
Would I do it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yeah, but I'm weak.
As part of the bend over act you just
Yes,
brought up?
but I'm also a weak
Oh, my
man.
God.
Here's the thing. I admit that I am weak.
Then
And
why
I
do
would
you
do
have
it
that
because
take
I'm
in the
weak.
first place?
Because I like to think I'm strong.
Oh, my God.
But
oh
I
my
am.
God.
Listen. My inner weakness would come out.
He just admitted he would take his wife's last name if she wanted it.
Don't you point to me like I'm on a witness stand.
Well, no, because she was on the phone and this
I
comes
know.
in.
That's a 180.
Well, I would have to. I would
For
do
heat
it.
and shelter?
I would do it to keep the peace, which makes I understand. Like, but sometimes great leaders have to make tough decisions.
You mean like your wife? Like, here's a decision, you're changing your name?
yeah. I would have to change it.
Danny writes us on Instagram. He says, my wife and I bought plane tickets for our honeymoon. We bought it before we got married. Then we went to go on the honeymoon. They wouldn't let her on the plane because the ticket showed her old last name rather than her new last name. We had to delay our flight because of the last minute change. That's also a tipperoo.
This happens to people because it happened to me.
The checks?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I mean same thing. Like you forget, like you did some stuff under old names.
Yeah.
If you fun fact, if you're going to write a check to the bride and groom, write it to the husband and his name, because if you write it to it'll cause a whole bunch of problems. 252 WCMF. How about we talk to a lady on the phone?
Yeah, how about that?
Christine's on CMF. Hey, Christine, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Great now, Christine.
So since I was so mean yesterday, Tommy, let me continue being mean.
Get him,
Hey.
Christine. Get him.
Look at Squirt. Okay, it goes like this.
Squirt.
You know why you're not committed to your wife if you won't take her last name?
I said I would do it.
Because he's a bitch.
Yes.
No, you didn't. You would do it under protest. There's
Yeah.
a difference between protest.
Oh,
and
I
being
loved you,
willy,
broads.
willy
Like the
in
job
love.
got done, it got done. Jesus H. Christ.
All right, Christine, let me ask. Are you married? Remind me.
I am.
Oh, right, because you got nothing for your husband for Father's Day. Christine, do you have your husband's last name?
No.
No, you don't. Okay, what was that conversation like? Did he have any issue with it?
No.
What was the reason you decided to keep your last name?
I do not want to change all the documents because A, it's expensive,
Okay.
and
Expensive.
B, it is very time consuming. But that's something Tommy doesn't know about.
You're calling a radio
And-
show at 8:30 in the morning. I'm guessing your
It
mornings
takes a
are free,
lot
lady.
longer than 5 minutes.
Yeah, but most of the stuff you could do
No,
online.
you can't.
No, you can't. No, okay, Tommy. Then change your name, and then let us know how long it takes you.
Yeah.
So change your name to your wife, and then let us know how long it takes you.
I guarantee I could have that all done in 2 days.
All
If I
of
put
it.
my mind to it.
All of it.
All of it.
No,
And
because
get
it
your-
takes
and get
time
your
for the change to
documents back.
happen.
No,
and
but
then
I
you
would
have to change all your
initiate the
bank stuff
change.
and all your credit cards and all your documents. You're just gonna make noises. He's got nothing.
Oh my gosh,
All right.
Tommy!
Yeah.
So you're saying it'll take you 2 days to change all your documents
Yeah,
and get your
done.
documents back?
Well, they won't get back right away, but my part of it will
You're
be
in
done.
no man's land until you get those documents.
Listen, man, you should listen to Christine, who was too lazy to change her name
Yes.
for a husband who's not getting a gift on Father's
Yeah,
Day.
and runs her mouth on a radio show.
kidding
2
like
days in a
that.
row, this broad calls with no time on her hands.
He's so mad.
Christine, great to talk to you.
Yeah. See, talk to you Monday.
Bye, Christine.
Bye.
Bye.
I do wonder if it was if the norm was that men changed their last name, how many men versus women would actually go through the work of changing their
Now,
last name?
guys, I think would do it now.
No, now I'm saying like if the tradition was like men took their
Right,
wives'
yeah,
last
okay.
names, like how many men would actually do it?
They would have all done it.
I didn't even know that was like really an option.
I
what
mean,
you just
I
described.
I
No,
don't
I'm
know
saying, like,
anybody
I'm
that's
just-
taken their wife's last name.
No, not that. I mean, the fact that I could call myself one name, but like on my
Oh.
ID says
Right.
another name. Because I was shocked that my wife took my name, in all seriousness, because she earned a,
Yeah.
a doctorate,
Right.
a PhD,
Under that name.
an MD,
Yeah.
excuse me. Yeah. Like, I get it. I would have totally understood. I don't remember her bitching about how time consuming it was, and she, had a medical license.
And had to like study and
Yeah,
run a medical
all
facility
these
and all that.
things.
But she still found time to do
I
it.
mean, my wife, I don't know. Maybe my wife is just the most amazing woman on the planet.
She
Which
Sounds
she
like
might
it to
be.
me,
Your
buddy.
wife
She
is a
might
very
be.
amazing woman.
Yeah.
Let's take a break. Everybody on hold. I'm sorry. We got to move on. We got a broken toilet.
Wait, which one?
We got a broken toilet. It's
Again?
not our toilet.
Up
Not our
or down?
toilet. No, it's not our toilet. This is a police-involved broken toilet
Oh.
story. And the question is the toilet damaged out of anger? Or is he getting in trouble for something that happened by accident?
Okay.
And we get into it next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Tommy, we've argued for centuries about what came first, the chicken or the egg.
Yeah.
And it looks like we may have a similar situation here because it's possible this happened because this man was out of control. It's also possible he was angry afterward because this was simply an accident and he could not believe what was happening.
No, it could be. All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. If you're not watching our live stream, what are you doing with your life?
Come on, look at us.
Come on, look
at me.
Look at me.
Tommy's got a fancy outfit on for a Friday.
Yeah, what are you?
You going somewhere?
Hey, I got business after the show. No big deal.
No, you don't.
I got some stuff going on. A couple things brewing.
Get on the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch. Check out Tommy's business suit.
Businessman.
The YouTube and Twitch, you can get us at the Break Room WCMF. Look at Tommy's beautiful eyes. God, you.
What?
You're like a ferret when you look at me like that.
They're adorable. Ferrets are adorable.
Our live stream brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. It's back, Seabreeze Summer Ale, crisp and delicious. Come get your Summer Ale. It's so good. It's my favorite Three Heads beer. I'm so excited.
That's a Kimmy brew for sure.
No, it's a pretty standard.
It's a good brew.
Yeah, but she's into that.
Well, what are you talking about? No, it's delicious. I'm telling
I'm
you, it's
good.
delicious.
Good.
Shut up. Are you ready for another one of our famous break room one-line stories?
Yes.
This one comes from Batavia. A 45-year-old man was charged with criminal mischief for damaging a toilet inside a house, then setting fire to his appearance ticket and throwing an object through the window of the same house.
So it's a private residence?
You got it.
Destroys the toilet.
Yes. It says damaging a toilet.
All right.
He then set fire to an appearance ticket and threw an object through a window of a house.
Okay.
Is it the same house that the toilet resides in that he damaged?
I would guess. I'm hoping he's not running from house to house just doing individual damage in different
But it's
homes.
not his house, obviously.
Don't know that.
Because you wouldn't call yourself on your own toilet.
Well, you could also be a
unless
domestic.
somebody else lives there.
Oh, yeah, like a couple of renters, maybe?
Yeah, maybe, possibly.
Okay.
Now, by the way, those are all the details we have in the story, but there are some things we may be able to deduce from just simply that sentence.
I'll beat up a toilet.
So, like you said, we know it's a private residence. And that's very important because you have broke the toilet in a private residence. Then you have setting the appearance ticket on fire, which means the police came after the broken toilet. Then the window breaking, which means 2 potential angry moves after the toilet was damaged. So here is the question I have for you.
All right.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF. Did this man break the toilet on purpose because he was already angry about something, which led to the rest of the tirade? Like he walked into the bathroom and just like started kicking, smashing the toilet. Or did he accidentally break the toilet, which made him react in anger because the police were there?
Oh.
And we really need to think about this.
But because the police are there, it sounds like he beat up the toilet. I go beat up the toilet.
Okay, it says damaged toilet.
Well, you destroyed the toilet enough where I had to call the cops.
But we don't know that.
But the cops did come.
The cops did come, but this could also be someone overreacting to a man accidentally breaking a toilet.
That would be a stretch.
Would it?
Like
I mean,
you
if you-
broke my
Go ahead.
toilet, I'm calling the cops, and you did it by accident?
Okay, but walk down
That
this
don't
road.
add up.
Walk down this road with me. Of all the things we've seen people break on purpose in like stories like this, have we ever seen a toilet before?
No.
We've seen TVs.
Yeah.
We've seen cars destroyed. We've seen clothing.
It's an odd thing to go in and destroy.
Well, yeah, because it's like a TV you could knock over, you could hit it with something.
Pull it off
like,
the wall.
Yeah, like a toilet isn't something you have to go find the toilet
that's what
to
I mean,
destroy it.
It's a trip.
It's not just sitting out in the open.
Not to
But
mention,
again, if that is the only toilet in the house, you're sending a message.
Yeah,
What if
you're
your
right.
big
You're
ass...
inconveniencing that person, I mean, until they fix that toilet.
that's a good point.
Yeah.
So let's say your big ass broke the toilet.
Yeah, you sat down, toilet smash.
And we've known guys that have broken furniture. So it's not out of the question that they could snap porcelain with their ass. Let's say you broke the toilet by accident, but you were very, I don't care.
Nonchalant about it.
Yeah, well, what do you want? I'm a big man. Maybe, you
Get
got
a stronger toilet.
Yeah, fix your toilet. So, like, that could escalate. You broke the toilet by accident, but because you didn't really care, you escalated the situation.
Okay,
That one I could understand.
but then, I mean, you would understand the anger in reaction. Like, I
Yeah,
didn't do this
I
thing
mean,
on
that's. I
purpose.
guess that's the other
Okay.
scenario I could think of.
By the way, I think it's easier to break a toilet than you think.
Really?
Yeah, so when I was...
Well, your asses were big.
What?
Y'all's family.
Oh, his family.
You had some porcelain snappers in that house.
Porcelain snappers. That sounds like one of them like Minnesota minor league baseball teams. Come on out Tuesday night at the Porcelain Snappers game.
Everybody gets a little mini toilet.
No, okay, so when I was like 10, my little brother was 8.
Yeah, y'all broke a toilet.
Yeah, he was hiding behind the bathroom door. The door was unlocked. I knew he was hiding there. We were playing hide and seek. I shoved the door. He flies backwards into the toilet. He shatters the bowl. Water comes rushing out like it's Moses parting the Red Sea. My dad is working a part-time bingo security job at that point. Protecting all the old ladies, the money from all the old ladies. Yeah. Long story short, when my dad was carrying the toilet out, it shattered again.
Didn't he cut his arm?
Cut his hand wide open. Yeah. Had to go to the hospital. He missed Don Shula's last ever game the next day. It was the first Bills game.
The layers to that toilet story are amazing.
Oh, by the way, the next day, the game day, it was also my little sister's birthday. He was going to miss my sister's birthday to go to this game, but he was forced to stay home.
Oh, he got stuck with your sister?
Anyway, I wake up. He's sitting on the couch with his arm in the air, all bandaged up. He had to go to a plastic surgeon that night, emergency, to fix everything. It was all bad. The point I'm getting at is it's easier to break a toilet by accident than you think.
Yeah, especially if you have like obese children.
And hasn't every man broken a toilet at some point in their life?
Or cracked a seat.
Well, I'm not even talking about crack because, again, Kimmy, if we go back to the details of the story, 252 WCMF, 45-year-old man charged with criminal mischief for damaging a toilet inside a house, setting fire to his appearance ticket, and throwing an object through a window of the same house. So we're wondering, was the toilet damaging intentional, or was all of this anger coming from this man being upset that it was an accident and now I'm being charged? You've never broken a toilet, like clogged it to the point where it's unfunctional?
Okay, I'm gonna do a little admitting here, and you're gonna light me up for it. I have never broken a toilet. I've also never clogged a toilet.
Ever?
Why are you lying?
In your life?
I have never.
Lie.
You are so full of crap.
No, he's not actually.
I'm a dainty dumper.
You've never clogged a toilet in your life?
I mean, even my most massive dump coming out of me is small.
But sometimes it could just be a problem with the toilet, too. Like, I can't believe you've never run into, like, a toilet with bad suction or something.
I've never clogged a toilet. I mean, personally, I'm telling you.
No.
I've never had to plunge.
That's not possible.
It is.
You've never had to plunge in your life?
I've had to plunge
for other people.
Women, because they put the goddamn rag down there, and I had to pull that move. But no.
Like, you've never used too much toilet paper or, I mean, there are just so many things that could clog a toilet. I can't believe you've never done it once in your life. Not even as a kid, you didn't learn that lesson?
I don't think so. I'm telling you. I mean, you want to, call me sissy boy, dainty dumper boy? Go ahead.
No, like, I've judged you for a lot of...
That's a weird fact about
dumper.
yourself.
Dumper for money. Dump where you want me to dump.
No, I'm a non-clog.
Like, I judge you for a lot of things. Your outfits, your attitude, your terrible jokes, the way your face looks, everything you've done in your entire life up to this point right now.
But that's it?
I am now judging you the harshest with this revelation that in 6 decades on this planet,
64 years,
you've never clogged a toilet.
I don't think so.
I'm
really, because I would remember.
You got the sissiest sphincter of all time. There was a time when I was like between like 10 and 13 where every time I took a dump, I always clogged the toilet.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but you were a big kid.
Bro,
like, you were 300 pounds in high school.
To his point, this is such a priority for my husband that when we were looking at houses, he would flush the toilet to see if like they had plumbing issues because he knew it was going to be a problem moving
So you can't
forward.
have a low flow toilet in your house.
No, like he was big on like the on a powerful toilet.
But don't forget, like in high school, I weighed between 115 and 120 pounds. 25 pounds as a kid.
I didn't know people weighed that little.
I was a little. I mean,
came out of my mother 130 pounds.
I mean, even now, I'm not even 150 pounds. I think I'm around 150 pounds.
No, you're not. You're 150 pounds?
Yeah. What do you want from me? I went to the doctor. I think it was 149, 151.
How do you live life as a 150-pound person?
I'm small.
No, I mean,
well, apparently it makes life easier. He doesn't clog toilets.
So think of my rectum and the amount of food I put in my body and how that processes through my rectum.
Yeah, but you eat a lot of veggies and like you eat very clean, which I always thought like could actually make things a little messier for you.
And I also know what you used to eat, man. You were tying it on. Your boobs are the evidence.
Yeah, even when I was $1.85, I don't think I was clogging.
It doesn't make any sense.
But you know why? I was eating a lot of cheese. That Asiago button your ass up.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Austin. Hello, Austin.
Austin.
Hello, Duffy. Are we sure this guy in Batavia wasn't actually Tommy reacting to something Ben, myself, or even Christine, who seems to be the new regular around here, making him angry?
We don't know that.
Yeah.
Actually, we do.
I want to say that it's Tommy, and it's fun to see Tommy get mad.
Can I just bring up? I just bring up real quick.
Go ahead.
The last week's been a strange week for me, personally, because of the unforeseen drama that has now shown up between Austin, Ben, and now Christine that has been brought in.
She's jumping in, too.
Yeah. Because apparently all of these three people believe they are like standalone characters on the show. And anytime we try to bring them together or somebody else shows up, they get upset that like their shine is being taken away.
They're jealous.
Whoa, hold on. Who says anything about me being upset? I welcome the other two.
Do you?
Well, it's been the original. So.
Okay. Austin, great call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I've been getting multiple direct messages on social media.
About what?
Anger from the characters and people who are like on their side.
Yeah, they do have a crew.
The kiosk.
The kiosk crew, yes. Yeah. Which, if anyone knows about
people fighting for Ben's rights.
Yeah. You got that for that.
I do have a quick question. Because Tommy says he's never had to unclog a toilet. Is that because you just clog it and walk away, not knowing what you left behind?
Like a public toilet?
Yeah. Or at somebody's house, potentially.
No, you can't walk away from a clogged toilet in somebody's house.
No,
They're going to know. They're going to know.
Yeah, good point.
No.
Because we have had that issue here at work a couple times, and nobody knows who does it.
All right, I will say this. If I'm out, let's say I'm at Marshall's, and I got to take a Marshall's dump, right? If I clog that toilet, I'm walking away.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sticking around.
I'm walking away from that toilet.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
There aren't any places that are so nice, the bathrooms are so nice that you'll like say like, hey, I gotta fix this.
Like a public place.
Well, you'd have to go
Barnes &
tell
Noble.
somebody, too.
Barnes & Noble has really nice bathrooms.
Do they?
I don't think
I've ever been.
Yeah, well, no, when I was on the road, I would look for a Barnes & Noble if I was traveling to take a dump. Same with Target. They used to have really nice bathrooms.
Yeah, like when I was on the road, my go-to public toilet was McDonald's.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, because there's a million McDonald's on the road.
Yeah, there's always one on a stop. Yeah.
You pulled up, there's always going to be a McDonald's.
No, I get that it's going to be there. You just got to know which toilets are going to be good toilets.
Usually McDonald's are pretty clean.
Okay.
But I never stopped to look at what I did when I left. I just, something like with those auto flush.
Yeah.
And as soon as I heard that, I just split. I was gone.
All right, so the moral of the story is, 1, it's easier than you think to break a toilet. 2, Tommy Muley has never clogged a toilet in his life.
That I can recall.
And 3, Barnes & Noble, if you're traveling, has the cleanest bathrooms.
Nice tip.
Let's take a break.
All right.
Okay, there is one other place that I would say, hey, I did something wrong here.
Well, a public place.
Yeah. That would
but
be...
you respect that place so much that you would go up to the manager.
Yes.
Say, excuse me, sir.
Yes.
There's a problem. I am responsible for that claw.
That would be Innovative Field where the Red Wings play.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. Like a cathedral.
Big baseball weekend, and it's beautiful weather. Finally, buddy. Come on. They finally backed into it.
Yeah. Like your mom.
Shut up, man. Can we just get our food? Can we just talk to Mason, get our food, so you could look at it and be like, oh, no, I don't like
I haven't finished my peppers yet.
Tommy Peppers. We'll get into it next year in the break room on CMF. Gonna be a beautiful weekend today.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
And what better way to spend a weekend than at the ballpark?
Oh, yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF joining us and bringing. Oh my God, this looks so good.
Have you tried it yet?
I have not. I know you haven't.
Yeah, I had 2.
Did Kimmy tell you what it tastes like, you bitch-ass bitch?
It was delicious.
Oh, my God, it's fantastic.
Dan Mason of the Rochester Red Wings, general manager. How are you, Mace? Good to
Good
see you,
morning,
buddy.
guys.
Looking very red today.
Well, is that a bad thing?
No, you look fantastic. Okay, would you like to share with the audience what you have brought in for us today?
So today, this is one of our sweet specials this month. Swedish meatballs with garlic mashed potatoes and fresh-baked French bread crostini.
All right, so I've been waiting.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, you didn't eat it.
I had 2
No,
balls.
he did.
No, I didn't see it.
I saw him.
I had
can
2.
vouch.
I had 2 balls. They were delicious.
Oh, my God.
Right?
I like how you mix the potato with the Swedish meatball.
I got a little bit of both. Okay.
It's buttery.
Oh, my God.
They're like buttery Swedish meatballs. It's like, it's decadent.
Keep talking.
Going in for round 2.
Oh, he always
What do you
does.
think?
And it's not even Saturday night.
It says 2 balls, Tommy, over there.
I'm proud to be 2 balls, Tommy.
Oh, my God, this is so good. So I can order this if I'm in a suite this month?
If you're in a suite this month, you can order that as an entree.
Excuse me while I use my credit card my wife doesn't know about to get us up in the suite this month so I can just get Swedish meatballs. Okay. Oh, my God, it's so good.
Yeah.
Mace?
Yeah.
What do we got going on at the ballpark this weekend?
Oh, the weather.
Yeah, it's
That's what we
beautiful.
got
It's
going
going to be beautiful.
It's going to be an awesome weekend. Tonight, first fireworks show of the year.
Woo! Oh, wait.
Hear that, Tommy?
Yeah.
Well, okay, because last week was supposed to be the first fireworks show.
Oh, you could.
Yeah, we got rained out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it happens.
couldn't light
I'm
'em.
sorry. But wait,
Yeah.
we're back, baby. We're back.
We're back.
It's a second first.
All right.
That's right. First fireworks night of the year. Tonight is our Women in Sports night. We'll be giving away Naomi Silver bobbleheads to the first 2,000 fans.
Can I ask a question? Because you're a man, Tommy, there's very few men on the planet, people on the planet, excuse me, that have had bobbleheads made of themselves. Dan Mason is one of them.
Yeah.
Dan Mason, the elf last year. You might have got it at the ballpark. Does Naomi Silver have to approve her own bobblehead before it gets
Well,
the
she bought
okay?
them.
We showed her the mock to make sure she
Yeah,
was,
she's boss.
she was
Well,
good.
no, I'm asking sincerely because, right, like, I mean, she's a big boss lady over there, right? So, like, you don't want to upset her.
Yeah,
No.
better be right.
Right, and that's just it. Like, you know, God forbid. Like, I also wonder, too,
Yeah, you don't want to showing up and it doesn't look like her.
and like, if you don't like the bobblehead, like, how off would it have to be where you'd be like, send it back and do it again?
Well, it's a process, right? So
It needs to be
they'll send
flattering.
us-
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
They'll send us molds,
Okay.
right? Pictures, and then we make tweaks to it until they get it just how we want it.
We're an honest show because you had to approve your own bobblehead. Did you make them change anything about your bobblehead?
No. Nope.
Yeah, but he's pretty.
You can't tell when you're looking at something too. Like you can't tell that if that really looks like you.
But he's like a base white guy. Like that
In
could
an
be
elf
his
costume.
bobblehead could be like 1,000 different guys.
Bro, you guys could be the same bobblehead.
Yes.
The human bobblehead.
Yeah,
over
just
here.
base white dude.
All right, so we got first fireworks of the season, and Naomi Silver bobbleheads for Women in Sports night.
Yep. And Maybelle Blair will be there. So remember the Madonna character from A League of Their Own?
Yes.
So Maybelle, the character is based on her. She'll be there tonight as part of.
Wait,
our
the
Women in
actual
Sports night.
woman?
Yeah.
So she played in the
She's
All-American
in
Girls
her-
Baseball League.
Yep.
Wow.
She's
in
gotta
her
be 100.
She's in her 90s.
No
Yeah.
kidding.
But
She's
she still
amazing.
travels?
Still travels. She's
No, she's going to be
She's
there
got-
via Zoom. Yeah, she travels, you idiot.
I'm
What do you think,
I'm
she lives
shocked.
under the stadium?
Dude, 90 years old. That's goddamn. Wait, she's got to be in her 90s.
Yes.
she's in her 90s. She's a ball of fire. She's an amazing lady.
Okay, so she's been to the ballpark before.
Yes.
Yes.
She was
and-
here a couple of years ago.
Damn.
So, I mean, like, what is an interaction with a woman who played professional baseball during World War II? What is it like? I mean, is she like your grandma? Is she like a Spitfire? Like,
She's a Spitfire.
okay.
She's awesome. So she's worth coming out to the ballpark to meet her, get her autograph. She's a great storyteller and full of energy.
Does she still wear the All-American Girls Professional Baseball League dress uniform?
Can't fit that thing anymore.
She might. I don't know.
The body changes, bro.
Well, you get a bigger one made for you.
Who
if
said
your
she got
body
bigger? Maybe
changes.
she lost a little weight.
No, I'm asking because, like, sometimes you'll have, like, legends. Like, for example, in July, Old Timers Day at Yankee Stadium, right? And those guys will come out in their uniform. I'm just asking.
No, she doesn't wear a uniform.
Okay.
By the way, those
jeez,
guys don't
Mace.
look good in those
I'm just
uniforms
saying, she
either
doesn't.
anymore.
Come on, Yogi look good.
No, Yogi never looked good.
Man, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
Tonight,
she's signing
tonight or
autographs?
tomorrow night?
She'll be signing autographs and
Tonight.
Tonight.
Wow.
Yeah, 6:45. fireworks postgame.
Fantastic.
And Dr. Ali will be there as well.
Ah!
Muhammad Ali's former wife.
Yep, you got it. She just wrote a book.
Oh, okay.
Very good.
Not his daughter, it's his wife.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what he just said. Layla Ali is his daughter.
Yeah, no, but she was a boxer.
Yes.
She's not coming in.
If she was coming, he would have said Layla Ali, but it's Dr. Ali.
Dr. Ali will be there.
He's just clarifying.
Okay. No, he's clarifying
we have to say it a
something
few
for
times.
himself that everybody else got.
So tomorrow,
I'm gonna get another
tomorrow
big
game time 6:45. Our first Cocos Locos night of the year.
What is that?
And
Did you say what is that?
I don't know what
idiot?
Cocos
about this
Loco
It's
is.
been going on for 4 or 5 years
I don't know
now.
what Coco Loco is.
Mace, help the guy out.
Not everybody knows this stuff.
Yeah, no, but when the
I didn't know Dr. Ali
when the general
was coming. I would have thought it was his daughter, not the wife.
when the general manager sits in here once every 2 weeks and tells you what Cocos Locos is 7 effing times.
What are you doing with your Coco Locos?
so 3 times a year,
What happened?
we play as the Cocos Locos de Rochester.
What does that mean?
That is our Latin American.
What do you mean? What does it mean? He doesn't know. He's a
Theme
base
night.
white guy. He can't translate that for you.
Yeah, so we wear the Cocos Locos de Rochester jerseys. We sell Cocos Locos at the Jack Daniels 10th Inning Bar.
What is Cocos
in-
Locos?
Oh,
like
everybody
a,
knows. Daddy comes in,
the
you
drink.
talked about it.
The drink.
Mouthful of balls.
What goes in a Cocos Locos?
My lips.
Goes in the drink?
Well, you suck on it.
Okay.
You suck on your Coco Locos.
You calm down.
So what is it?
We got fireworks tonight.
No, what's the drink?
I don't
Saturday
think he
night.
knows. He's trying to move on. Will you let the man move on?
So we have Cocos Locos. It's like a rum-based drink.
Oh, it's like an island drink.
Yeah. And
That's
it comes
right up
in a
your alley,
coconut.
bro.
Oh, you like island
You
stuff.
love that island stuff. Yeah, you do. Wait, you're going to go down for tropical ball night? Are you licking your fingers as you
yes,
handle
it's
those
really-
balls?
I do so
I'm
bad.
just trying to help you out. You got a little garlic mashed potatoes in your stash.
They get it?
Yeah, you got it.
Try
thank
a
you.
napkin, man.
Well, yeah, let me pull up
Rub
my
my face
let me pull
with
up
my
my
hand.
napkins that we have in a radio studio.
You know you
idiot.
can
I
help them
should've-
out because they're all sitting next to you.
No, because it'll take him 5 minutes to get out of his chair to give it to me.
You want my pre-white napkin?
No, I don't want your pre-wiped napkins. Thank you, Mace. I appreciate it. Much appreciated. Okay, so by the way, you bring up the Jack Daniels bar. We haven't talked about this. That's new this season.
New this season. All branded Jack Daniels bar. It's amazing. Looks sweet. So it's down at the end of the third base concourse.
More excitement like that at the Jack Daniels bar this weekend.
Come on.
What else?
No,
we
you
got
can
going
get your
on?
Cocos Locos there
I'm going down.
tomorrow night.
Okay.
And food specials. I know you guys like food
Oh,
specials.
we go with
Yeah, what
Latin
you got?
style?
Oh, yeah. You ready for this?
Yes, yes, I am.
This is tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Roasted pork pernil.
What's pernil?
You know what that is?
Is it the sandwich we
French.
talked about?
It's slow roasted pork shoulder roasted with garlic, oregano, adobo, and paprika.
What's adobo?
Oh.
It's what everyone calls you behind your back here. What's that, adobo?
We
That sounds
Wait, you don't
delicious.
even know what it is? Read it off a sheet of paper?
the chef handed me this morning.
You
so-
literally
Hey,
said.
come on down to my joint. I'll give you some adobo. What is it? I don't know.
It sounds like a spice to me.
You literally said, can we Google what adobo
Yes,
is?
it is. It's a marinade or sausage.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, see?
I guess,
So it's a
yeah.
marinated sandwich.
You literally said a second ago his bobblehead is easy because he's a basic white guy, and then you want him to name specific Latin spices.
We're also going to be serving arroz con gandules.
This is the greatest Mace appearance ever.
What is that?
Any guesses?
What's it called?
Any guesses? Arroz con gandules.
No, because it's not my business. I don't have to guess.
You're so
I'm not coming
sassy.
down here for guess what food it is night.
It's Puerto Rican rice with pigeon peas,
Ooh.
usually
Peas and
containing
rice.
Man, that sounds
peppers, onions, roasted olives, sofrito, and ham or pork.
Look, if you ain't done
good. That is good.
if you ain't done the island rice and peas, you got to
Yeah.
try this straight
Yeah.
up.
Peas and peas are delicious.
Yeah, and look, let this be your gateway this weekend
Into island food.
Yes, exactly. Go try it at the ballpark, and then go get the rest of it.
Right.
Yeah. Wash it down with a nice cold Cocos Locos.
Cocos Locos.
Oh,
And then fireworks
Rice and-
tomorrow night.
Rice and Jack Daniels,
Yeah.
why not?
All right.
Bourbon and anything.
Good combo.
bourbon and anything. You drunk.
So that's
so
Saturday.
fireworks tomorrow, Saturday.
Yep, fireworks tomorrow night.
Look
And
at that.
then Sunday, kids can run the bases with the world's fastest mascots, Spikes and Mitzi.
Do you guys have that confirmed?
What's that?
Yes.
World's fastest mascot.
Oh,
Yes, verified. I got the stopwatch out.
Okay.
all right.
Because I would show up for if you brought out all of the mascots you could. I would show up for a
Mascot race?
mascot race.
Oh.
Absolutely.
Oh,
That'll be coming later this year at the Spikes and Mitzi birthday party.
Oh, is that going to happen?
Oh.
Mascot race?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Let's be real here though. It's his birthday, right? It's their birthday. Like you have to tell the other mascots. Yeah.
No, legit, he is fast. He's got wheels. Spikes has got wheels.
Okay. Have you guys had so Spikes? I can't even ask this question without ruining everything, so I'm not going to ask it. I've asked years ago, and it's never come to fruition.
What's that?
Well, you guys have the sausage races?
We have the Legends races.
Yes, Legends. I'm sorry, excuse me. The Legends races. They're legends that look mysteriously like
sausages.
Joe Altobelli.
Yes, there you go. Yep.
Luke Easter and Cal Ripken.
Okay, so if you're not familiar, they race from right field behind the wall. They race down around home plate and then back out the door in left field. Can Kimmy and I do that one night?
What do you mean do it?
Well, like
I love how I'm getting volunteered.
Well,
you're going to dress up as a what?
Well, no, it's a big tubular legend.
Yeah.
I'll say this. You guys can do it as long as Tommy does it, too.
Well, he can't run. He tried to kick a kickball one time. He took 2 steps.
Everybody's going to immediately know which costume Tommy's in. It's going to be a little flopped over on the top.
Not to mention, you can't fit his stupid giant head in that thing. Look at how big his forehead is. It's glistening.
Not glistening.
It's glistening because you ate 2 Swedish meatballs and now you're having a stroke.
So those things are very top heavy.
Okay.
So when we first got them, we had our staff run the race just to make sure that,
like, to test them out.
Yeah, and one of our employees did a tumble because it's hard to run in those things.
I think we can do it. I want to give it a try.
Okay,
would that be okay?
Yeah,
can we do that? Okay.
Yeah. Got to sign a waiver.
You win? Well, no, I'm not signing a waiver. I'm doing this so I can sue you guys. Yeah, I'll sign a waiver. I'll sign a waiver. By the way, I trust security to take care of me if something goes wrong.
Oh, they'll be right on top of it.
No, that's the third guy we got to get to run. You look back, half the sausage will be caught. Dan Mason, general manager of the Rochester Red Wings. All right, so just to recap, tonight,
big night.
Women in Sports Tonight with Naomi Silver bobbleheads and fireworks after the game.
Woo!
And then Saturday, Cocos Locos de Rochester, first time this year, with fireworks after the game.
Woo!
And Sunday, game time 105, kids can run the bases with Spikes and Mitzi.
All right, Dan Mason, general manager of the Rochester Red Wings. If I want to get tickets, where can I go?
RedWingsBaseball.com or call us at 423-WING.
You know you pay a guy to do that voice, right? You don't have to do it.
Say it with authority.
Mace, always a pleasure. Thanks for the meatballs, buddy.
Thank you, guys. Enjoy your meatballs.
I will. I've always made the argument that Innovative Field is one of the best restaurants in Rochester, period, right? Well, it turns out that another chain restaurant that actually you guys brought up how great it was last week is now in trouble.
Wait, they're tanking now?
It's a bloodbath, bro.
It was
What's
weird.
going on?
Literally 24 hours after we talked about this place, this news story
They're in trouble.
popped up.
So I was right. But what I'm getting at is maybe, just maybe, as we're seeing all of these restaurants that we've known since we were little kids.
Institutions.
Yeah. Is it possible that maybe they were never all that good?
I don't know.
We'll get into it next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. It's a bloodbath, Tommy.
What happened?
Restaurants that have existed for decades from coast to coast, part of suburban Americana, one by one, going down.
What's left?
Today, another beloved chain restaurant, it turns out, is struggling and struggling hard. And it may be time to come to terms with maybe a not-so-fun theory.
What's that?
Maybe nothing has really changed about these restaurants over the years.
Oh.
Maybe everything around these restaurants changing.
Well, what happened? What changed?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 9:30-ish. It's Friday. You know what that means.
Oh, we're going to get a little... I think we've already been creepy all day, but going to get creepier.
Yeah, you've been sassy for some reason today.
Oh, I've been sassy.
You know what it is? You know what it is? He had 2 shots of espresso.
You're right.
No, I've had 4 shots of espresso. Total.
You also
Never
call it
again.
Espresso.
Espresso.
Thank you.
Espresso.
You're the coffee
I
dude.
know.
Grab a cup is here.
You would absolutely correct us if we said it wrong.
Creep kept coming at you, and an argument for topless women at water parks.
What?
We'll get to it just after 9:30 here in the
Now
break
you
room.
got his attention.
I didn't see it.
Not yours.
It should stay
Sorry,
that
ma'am.
way.
You must be this big to ride this ride.
Cracker Barrel is in trouble.
Disturbing.
Cracker Barrel.
Cracker Barrel is in trouble.
Love me some Cracker Barrel.
The Southern Comfort food chain restaurant,
Yeah.
which has a location in Henrietta, has watched its stock plummet in recent weeks.
So people ain't eating?
Yeah, the CEO is quoted as saying they are no longer relevant. And they're going to try some new stuff on the menu to bring people back in. But the hook of Cracker Barrel has always been we are old school. So much so that they had to pay out several lawsuits after super racist incidents. But that's going to be tough, right? So if you bring new stuff on the menu, you risk alienating the folks that are still going
Right,
there.
the traditional people.
Right. And there's no guarantee that that new stuff's going to bring new people in.
Right.
So this news comes off the Red Lobster news of last month, the Henrietta location shutting down, auctioning all their stuff off. And in recent years, we've watched places like Ruby Tuesdays, Outback Steakhouse, IHOP, amongst others, close a bunch of locations or even shut down completely in an effort to either turn things around or recoup some cash.
Yeah.
And folks are wondering why.
I think I figured it out. It just dawned on me.
Oh.
Because I didn't know where you were going with
Oh, 4 shots of espresso, it's helping you out this morning.
It's giving me some clarity.
What do you think?
Because only reason I say this is because they're all over the place. They went from 0 to 60 really fast. Waffle House. Waffle House showed up all over the South quickly.
Yeah.
And I think they even because if I got a choice between Waffle House and Cracker Barrel, I'm going to Waffle House. It's cheaper and it's quicker.
Okay. They closed but that doesn't explain Red Lobster and Ruby
I'm just
Tuesday.
talking Cracker Barrel in particular.
No, I hear you.
You're saying like everywhere they are, there's some competition there.
I think they competed for that breakfast with Waffle House, and it's cheaper.
But then how do you explain the rest of them?
That one I can't.
Okay, so
But if we're
lot.
talking why Cracker Barrel took a tank, I think they had direct competition from Waffle House.
Okay.
And maybe Red Lobster had the same thing with something we're not thinking.
I don't know what. I don't know what compares to Red Lobster in terms of
Regional
like a
fish
chain.
joints.
Name a regional fish joint.
Not up here, but
Other
down
than your
south.
mom. Servicing that whole region. Up and down the 90. Oh, oh, oh. That's what her horn sounded like. Oh, oh.
Because most of the Red Lobster locations I'm thinking of, like there wasn't another big seafood chain anywhere near it.
I mean, the Bahama Breeze went out of business. That was the only other one I could think of. All right, so there's your theory.
Right.
I have a much better theory. A much better theory.
Oh, what's your much better theory?
My theory is, with Cracker Barrel now in trouble, we know what's going on with Red Lobster, all these other chain restaurants that we grew up with
What is
closing. Maybe, just maybe, these chain restaurants were never as good as we remember them being. Not that they weren't good. Like, you could go and you get a quality meal at a fair price, and it was fantastic.
So what's left?
Look at the food landscape in Rochester specifically. Today versus 20, 30, 40 years ago. In 1990, we in Rochester, greater Rochester area, didn't have authentic Mexican, authentic Indian. There were no Thai restaurants. You couldn't get kick-ass soul food or fusion or poutine or a truck that would sell you a meatball. I mean, sure, you had the standard places like Red's and the North Side, right, to get you like Italian food, right? But the options, those were what the options were. And it made places like Red Lobster and Cracker Barrel and Outback seem exotic. I'm going to Australia at a restaurant owned by 2 guys that have never been to Australia, but for some reason gave it an Australian theme, right? But these restaurants, they were different. They were new. They were something you couldn't get anywhere else in a Cracker Barrel and a Red Lobster and an Outback.
All right, so maybe dining changed, or you think the food wasn't all that great?
No, I think the food has always been good. I don't think the food declined. I think it's been the same the exact time. I think that now we have more exotic options and better options than chain restaurants.
But but how does that work for Red Lobster? Like, where's my seafood option outside of Red Lobster?
Okay, what I'm saying is that if you want seafood, you're going
your choice.
You're going to Red Lobster. But how many people wake up and go, I really want
it's a
lobster?
once in a while kind of
But they had
meal.
the shrimp, they had all those biscuits people were addicted to.
And you can buy them at Wegmans, make them yourself.
But you got to make them.
And it sucks, but I mean, it's there.
Do you also think now people do more research on the food that they're going out to eat?
What do you mean?
Well, you can look up the menus and look at what you want.
Right. So I'm thinking like, when those other places came to town, well, you kind of, I don't know, you kind of bought into the hype because that was what you knew. That was where everybody went. But now, like, Google takes me to places and restaurants I didn't know existed. You know what I mean?
You make it sound like Reading Rainbow. Butterfly in the sky. Look at the
Like,
menu.
I wouldn't have known about that mom and pop restaurant, a town over if it wasn't for social media and Google and the explosion of, smartphones. I feel like that also contributed to people branching out and looking for new things.
No, that's a great point. Like, the average mom and pop deli, restaurant, whatever, can't afford a giant red sign and a media blitz when they show up in town, like Red Lobster, Outback, or Ruby Tuesdays can. But now they don't need it.
And it could be like my generation, I'm locked in. I love Red Lobster, I'm going to go. But your generation, you're not product loyal.
Okay, but here's the thing.
So I'm going to go if I have like a Red Lobster night on my rotation at my age, I'm probably sticking with it. You ain't.
I'm also wondering.
Could I just disagree with him real quick? I'm sorry.
I'm product loyal. You're not going to be so much.
No,
Your
but
rebuttal.
I thank you. I don't think you are because.
No, I'm saying my generation.
I understand.
Old people.
I don't think old people are. Because I know there are, we took calls from people when Red Lobster closed, and they talked about, it used to be good, but it's not good anymore. And we asked when's the last time they went, and they said 10, 15 years ago. We just had Dan Mason in here off mic. He asked which restaurant. We said Cracker Barrel. He goes, I love Cracker Barrel. And we were like, when's the last time you went? And he goes, I don't even remember. Right?
Yeah.
You guys sit here and you fawn over these places that you haven't eaten at in 10, 15 years. So who's product loyal?
So we killed it. We killed it.
I think we all killed it.
Yeah. I also wonder if people don't go out to eat in as big of groups anymore. Because I remember a lot of the times when we go out to eat at those restaurants, it would be like my family, aunts, uncles, extended family.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd always see like giant groups of people going out to eat together. And I feel like I just don't see that as much anymore.
Thank you, politics. Arguing about 34 felony counts
You're
over
more
crab
likely
legs.
to leave some people out, maybe. I don't know.
The families are breaking up.
But I guess I don't. Those places were perfect for big groups, and I don't know. Maybe I'm just not out and about enough to know how many people are going out in those numbers.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Cracker Barrel announces earlier this week that they are struggling. Their stock price has plummeted. The CEO is quoted as saying they are no longer relevant. They're going to try and change up the menu, but they're going the same way that Red Lobster started going. You have places like Ruby Tuesdays, Outback Steakhouse, IHOP. They've closed a bunch of locations trying to turn things around, and maybe, just maybe, it's not that the chain restaurants have changed. It's not that the food is worse. It's that the world around them over the last 2, 3, 4 decades, restaurant-wise, has changed. For example, I brought up Mexican, Indian, Thai, right?
Yeah.
That Mexican place is making their food fresh in the back.
Yeah.
Right? That Indian place is willing to drive it to your house. And that stuff that's new and exotic turns out is delicious.
And it's cheap.
Right?
Yeah.
Maybe it's not that these chain restaurants have done anything differently or that they made mistakes. It's maybe if this had existed 40 years ago, they would have never been able to compete with them.
Times have changed.
Yes. Well, no, but I don't even know if it's a times change thing. Because if we had Mexican in 1980, homemade Mexican, homemade Thai, homemade Indian, you go in there instead? It's cheaper?
Probably. Check it out. Yeah.
There's a common theme that we talk about when these chain restaurants are struggling. And I just brought it up a second ago, right? Like we had an argument on the air 2 weeks ago about Cracker Barrel.
Yeah.
Because you and Kimmy both said Cracker Barrel's amazing. And I said Cracker Barrel's overrated. And you guys got pissed at me.
It was expensive, but it was good.
Okay. When is the last time you went to a Cracker Barrel?
Oh, God. I can't. Before I was married. And pick one.
Okay. If you loved these places, I'm talking to everybody listening, you would go.
It's never top of mind.
What do you mean? Most people drive past one every single day.
I know, but it's still.
How is it not top of this?
I forget.
It's a giant sign off of 390.
But sometimes
Giant signs on Ridge Road.
But it hides in plain sight sometimes.
Oh, is that what it does? Yeah. But if it was delicious and you loved it, you would take time out of your day and you would spend the money and you would go. But you don't.
Yeah.
You're going to other places.
Way over there.
Okay. So
What?
if there's other options that you'd rather have, you don't love it. And I know that's hard for you to hear. I know that's hard for you to hear. But I need you to look me in the face.
I'm going to miss it now.
But you're going to.
I think I don't eat.
I mean, is that what all this like reaction has been? Like that fear of missing out, the comfort of knowing it was always there?
Yeah.
It's like a bad relationship.
But you know it's there. There was always biscuits and gravy on demand.
You got that?
Biscuits.
Biscuits and
gravy.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Teddy. Hey, Teddy, how are you, buddy?
How are you?
Great, Teddy.
Happy Friday. I think the problem of the lot restaurant is not doing well because inconsistency of the food that they serve.
Okay, I mean, I guess in a chain restaurant you're right, but I mean, Teddy, when we're talking about the mom and the pop places, like part of going to a mom and a pop place is expecting inconsistency based on how some ingredients are, what's in season, what's out of season, who's working. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you are correct. The problem is the people who work in the kitchen is constantly changed.
Wasn't that always the case in the restaurant business?
Yes, I am. I don't want you to come over there, Tom, because you're going to create a lot of problem.
All right. Teddy, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I don't know what the hell just happened.
I don't even know what he said.
I can make a lot of assumptions of what I got out of that.
No idea. 252 WCMF. Maybe we're getting it wrong.
All right.
Because John says he's going to explain why these places are financially struggling. Hey, John, how are you, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, Jen.
So I heard you talking about Red Lobster, Cracker Barrel, and I don't know specifically about Cracker Barrel, but the Red Lobster $11 million shrimp thing is kind of a falsehood.
Yes.
So they were sold in 2014, and the private equity company that owns Red Lobster for the last 10 years has been selling the land that all of the stores are on and then forcing the restaurants to then rent their facilities, which then turns into about 10% of their revenue. So essentially a private equity firm, which is basically getting the rent by turning
You're
around
stupid financial mouth. What the F are you talking about?
I mean, he actually explained it pretty well.
I don't even know what he said.
It's very sick.
Oh, explain to me equity firm.
What are you talking about? It's what's ruining America, Thomas.
They sold the land.
He's still talking.
Yeah, because he's trying to explain it to you like you're a kid.
I know.
He sounds like some financial planner.
People are smart, so.
I mean, I'm not smart. You
figured it out,
you're
did
pretty
you?
smart, Duffy.
Mr. No Money.
You guys can Google it. I mean, you guys have been talking about this for the last couple of weeks. It's actually corporate greed that did it, not.
See, that's all you had to say. Corporate greed.
No, because then you would have been like, "What? Explain it."
No, you didn't buy the property, then they charge the guy 10% of that goes into a fiduciary fund.
I don't understand what equity means.
I never had equity.
I'm so sorry, Tommy. It's Friday. At least you get the weekend.
Wait, you're a corporate guy that works on the weekends, John?
No, I'm just saying that there's a corporate greed issue with these companies, and it's not us. It's not us not going. It's that they're making it too expensive for them to do business because they're making money on the back end.
All right, so to his point, I mean, that's what happened with Toys R Us as well.
What's that?
Corporate.
It's exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
They were squeezing the toys out?
No, it was leverage buyout. Google that. I don't know what it means, but I heard somebody say it, and it sounds smart. So
Well, it says corporate Johnny.
Yeah. I just think that it's like, yeah, we can blame the cooks, we can blame the service, we can blame changing trends, but at the end of the day, if a company is just squeezing the money out of another company, that's what's happening.
Look at that, man.
You think that lobster they squeeze?
Hold on, you didn't do it right. You didn't do it right, John, at the end.
What's that? Tommy's an idiot?
No, you got to go.
Man.
Thank you, John. Have a good rest of the day, buddy. There goes Financial John.
Oh, you don't know crap.
But, I mean, he did explain it pretty simply.
I didn't get it.
It's costing these restaurants more to operate because they're not owning the land, they're renting.
What did you just say that?
That's what he did say, actually.
Oh, God, he took him 10 minutes.
Said that.
He said exactly what I just said.
Yeah, I hear it.
All right, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Whatever the reason, it is weird to watch these places you loved or were standard as sites as kids, right, go away.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe it's less of a sad story and more proof that we're evolving as a society.
Into what?
Well, look, if we're back to frequenting locally owned places more than we did.
The mom and the pops, back in the day.
Yeah, it gives us something unique.
Yeah, like the 1930s. Here's your hamburger and one French fry.
It's
Get out.
Very similar to the days of the Italian deli and the Jewish bakery and the corner Irish bar. And, like, When those started closing, people freaked out. Well, they're kind of showing back up
All right,
again.
so we're going back around.
But just with different faces and different kinds of foods. And eventually, like the Italian deli will show back up again, and the Jewish bakery will be more plentiful, and the Irish corner bar will be there because there's nobody with flair going to TGI Fridays to get you beer.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Maybe Friday night I'll go down and watch the boxing match in an old black and white.
There you go. All right, 252 WCMF. There are two names that you hate waiting on hold. And I'm going to let you choose.
So it's either a Pat or a Kimmy?
Do you want to talk to a Cody?
Cody, oh my God.
Or do you want to talk to a Sheldon?
Sheldon. Let's go Sheldon.
You want to talk to a Sheldon?
Intrigued.
He's on CMF. Hey, Sheldon, how are you, buddy?
Sheldon.
Good, how about you?
Good.
Oh, good, buddy.
Did not the voice I expected coming from a Sheldon. Not going to lie to you.
Yeah, so I was just thinking, I kind of agree with Kimmy, how she said you can just look it up on Google. Usually every time I go out to eat, I just you can click right on your maps. I have an iPhone, but you can just click.
Ooh, iPhone boy.
You have an iPhone too.
People can clearly see it on the live stream.
It gives you a whole list of restaurants that you have options for, so you're not going to pick something that has been there for.
Okay.
I don't know, it might, but I think that people are more apt to try things that they think they haven't tried that look good.
Okay, Sheldon, is that your real name?
No.
Great call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I feel lied to. I'm upset.
Yeah.
Because when I said that didn't sound like a Sheldon voice, I was right.
But he went with Sheldon.
Why Sheldon?
I don't know.
Big fan of the Big Bang Theory, which makes me hate him even more. That show sucks so hard. It's the Cracker Barrel of comedy shows.
I do like Young Sheldon. It's really good.
I bet you do. Weirdo. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. We're going to give Cody a chance.
Cody.
He's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Cody, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. Yourself?
This is a Cody voice. We have an authentic Cody in the break room. What's up,
Hi, Cody.
Well, I'm glad I'm authentic. I'd be very upset with myself if I wasn't. So, just a little food for thought, no pun intended.
I hate Cody. I hate Cody so much.
Tongue in cheek,
Cody.
So Western New York is very, very saturated with food. I mean, you get that in some places. Every city kind of has one thing. We've got so much here: sweet sauce pizza. We've got a lot of small diners. We've got the buffalo chicken wing. We've got garbage plates. We got a whole bunch of things. And I wonder, at least for me personally, I know I hold true to this. I wonder if people are just more apt to support their local food and their local businesses out here. There's so much of it. The food is, for the most part, very good at all these places, and they're usually a lot cheaper, or at least on par with what you can get at a big name.
I mean, look, I understand where you're coming from there. I mean, if you look at what Cody's saying, you have these historical businesses that have stuck around. Like we talked about Shaler's earlier this week. Yeah, Tahoe's and Abbott's, and I can keep going. Don and Vic and Herb's and Don and Bob's and Steve
You
and
were
James
raised on
and
some of those places.
Mike and Rick's.
No, that was you Saturday night.
Tim and Tom, shut
down
up.
on the lakeshore.
I mean, Cody, are you more apt
burning tables?
What the hell, man? Cody, are you more likely to go to a local place than you are a chain restaurant on a Friday or Saturday night?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I mean, now, granted, I'm an advocate for local places. I love supporting local when I can.
Are you an advocate?
Yeah, I think, well,
honey, I'm going to go advocate for some dinner.
But, it's just, I think it's friendlier. I mean, you go to a local place, especially you've been there before, they know you, they say hi, they recognize you. It's
hi,
just
Cody.
nice, and we have so much of it here. So I think that's got to be, it's got to be part of it at least.
All right, Cody's not wrong. Cody, thank you for the call, buddy. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for your time and have a good one.
Cody seemed very pleasant.
Cody's a nice guy. I like Cody. Cody should call back anytime.
Cody's trying too hard, man.
What are you talking about?
He's like that guy in the backseat who's trying to get in on the conversation. What are you guys talking about?
You mean like calling a radio show?
Yes.
Can I just point out, too, we had a John, a Sheldon, and a Cody.
Yeah.
John and Cody, which sound like two not smart guy names, were the two smartest guys of the conversation, where Sheldon sounded like a big old dummy.
Yeah, he did tank.
And it's disappointing. And I mean that with all due respect myself.
You might have just been nervous.
I'm also
He's
a big
never
old
called
dummy.
before.
I'm a dummy. What?
What are you nervous
He was
about?
trying to make a point.
Oh, no, I'm going to call the break room. That hard-hitting journalistic show. It's Friday, you know what that means.
Oh, buddy boy, we're going to get creepy.
Yeah, you want to talk about journalism. All the creepy stuff Tommy said all week long. It's Creep Cap coming at you. And breaking news.
Oh, what happened?
Topless ladies at water parks.
Wow.
That's right.
Look out.
Nick's in the break room.
Camp Nips.
I made eye contact with you, and now I hate myself. We'll get into it next here on CMF. This change would be a massive selling point for some people.
Oh.
And a reason to protest for other people.
Protest.
But this question that was asked internationally may actually be feasible where we live.
Oh.
And if somebody wanted to do this at one of our local water parks, could they stop them? You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Before we get to that, it is Friday.
Yeah, buddy.
You're a disgusting monster.
Oh, you're welcome.
Of a person, and I hate you.
Let's do it.
All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. It's Creep Cap. Happens now on CMF.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. God. All right. How hard? Okay. All right. I love it. We had to. We smoked. We had full pubes. We took it to the edge.
I wouldn't bring up full pubes to the kids. I wouldn't.
They're not. I can't talk about my pubes to a 28-year-old guy.
I mean, I guess you
excuse
can.
me, Gunther. You're scared of my old man pubes? Why don't you meet me behind the horse barn, son? I'll teach you a thing or two. I'll be like an onion. I'll get in your eye, boy. Get to breeding, boy.
I say before the end of this century, we have penis pics, and we want to send them to the moon. Not because it's large, because it is hard.
But they are 14 inches wide, 16 inches deep, and 12 inches high.
Who are they getting the model for that? Your mom?
Special delivery.
That's what deep.
So
She goes from honey to raw honey.
For God's sakes, man!
We're just having fun.
What would that sound like if your grandma...
I'd like to, but my legs don't work. Eleanor, you're going to have to help me. I know you're not into this, according to the papers.
If Tahoe's can't make it...
Maybe it's like a wiener dead zone, like your mom.
You're disgusting.
Well, you saw our album covers and, we were gross. Hairy and pubed up.
He's got tickets for Johnny Jakes in the front row 5 this week.
What are they playing, your mom? But think of all the young talent down there you're going to be scoping with your boys.
God, okay.
Scoping with the boys.
He's got vibes that he's scoping the young talent with the boys.
You don't think that's a thing?
Were you watching like a teen drama from 2000 last night?
But did they move it? It's the same parts than when I was a kid. They're just shaved. You got a better view than I had at that age.
There is a pickle shortage.
Oh, your mom got in the field? Oh, she's the best one at the Gherkins factory. Tasting all them dills. It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, the Creep Cat on CMF. So it's a question that went viral earlier this week.
Yeah.
And it all starts with one man's question.
Yeah.
Should women be allowed to go topless at water parks?
But like specifically water parks?
Yes. Well,
not like the beach. Not like
yeah, it is weird.
It's just like specifically at the amusement park.
I think they use water parks because it's a private business.
Okay.
Right? Like
All right.
towns may have
I
laws
see
on
what you're
public
saying.
beaches, right?
Yeah, yeah.
This would be a decision made by, and you're spending money to go to a water park.
Yes.
Whereas you would just go to a beach voluntarily.
Okay.
So, I mean, the argument being obviously that my nipples are out and flailing.
Yeah.
Right? So why should a woman have to hide hers if she doesn't want to? So I'll ask you right off the bat.
All right.
Tommy, would you be okay with topless women at water parks?
Going down the water slide.
Yeah.
Well, sure, why not?
Okay. Well, no, I'm asking because I know that you're very progressive in some things and old man in others.
Yeah,
It's probably not as titillating as you think. You know what I mean? Like sometimes like you think something that's going to look hot. Like if you go to like a nudist colony.
Yeah, you're getting all boobs.
Yeah, but you're getting all the boobs.
That's what I'm saying.
That's your point, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
The whappers
all
and
sorts
flappers.
of boobs.
Who said titillating? You're the one that brought it up.
The
I just
silver dollar nipples coming down the pike.
Hey, every once in a while, a silver dollar nipple's a nice change of pace.
All right,
Just
all
saying.
right. So wet nip water park.
Kimmy, would you feel uncomfortable at a water park where women
What
were
do you
topless?
think?
No, I don't care.
Okay.
I mean, you do you. I wouldn't do it. I think it would be a little uncomfortable personally.
Yeah, you drown.
Just for my own comfort, I like to keep a top on. But if you wanna free the boobs, you go right ahead.
Free the boobs.
So here's the thing. I don't believe the man who asked this question is from New York because for those who don't know, in the state of New York, it's legally women are legally allowed to be in public places. The way I understand the law,
The top free.
yeah, where men can be topless. They can also be topless. And you brought up the top free. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so
Go
there was I think it was 7 women that fought for that right years ago, and they passed it.
It
So
happened here.
as long as it's not to titillate.
Yes, exactly. So let's say women wanted to do this here in Rochester. Like tomorrow, Seabreeze or Darien Lake.
Come bring your mom down.
Would it be legal for topless women to be in those water parks?
But that's a private business. They have a right to refuse.
I understand, but
them boobs.
Okay, but if they refuse, would they be breaking that law because you're allowing men to do that but not women? Because they're not titillating; they're just walking around topless.
Right, but men would be turned on.
I can't control whether or not you're turned on by just looking at a pair of a non-sexual.
Man, you see them things whipping around a jackrabbit?
No, this is inside the.
Yeah, it'd be the
Well,
water.
no, it's just
specifically the.
You're not
the
allowed
water
to take
park.
your shirt off as a dude
Yeah,
inside the park.
shirts on.
Yeah.
Oh.
Shirt, shoes.
So it would just be the water park.
Okay.
Whipping around the jackrabbit, banging up against that wooden tunnel there. That would hurt.
Mama's got splinters.
No, I mean, I'm asking sincerely. And if there's a lawyer listening, well, actually, don't call us because you're a lawyer listening to the break room. But you're probably not a very good lawyer.
So she could just peel off her top and go.
That's what I'm
into the
wondering.
thing because guys have their tops off.
Would Seabreeze, would Darien Lake be, would
They
Roseland
almost
Water Park?
have to, man.
Well, would they be legally allowed to throw her out?
Well,
I guess so because it's their rules because it's a private business.
Because businesses
Like
can
that-
have
that
dress
right-
codes, right? I mean,
Yeah.
so if there's a dress code that you have to abide by.
But I mean, normally the dress code is not specific for men and women. It's
Right.
like this is
It's
an
a standard.
Yes,
Yeah.
this would be a
For hygiene.
different
Yeah.
for men and women thing. It's not equality.
Maybe in the future I'll be topless if you want.
I mean, I'm cool with that.
I think
Yeah,
you just,
all guys are.
Well, no,
Imagine
I
that.
just- I
Men, stand behind this rule.
No, because there are
it'd be
lots of guys.
something you'd get used to. Like it'd be shocking at first, but if it was like that your whole life, you wouldn't think twice
Well,
about
that's
it.
Europe.
No, but that's just it.
Right.
You're right. See, like those people don't think twice about
Yeah.
it. Nudity is not that big a
All
deal.
right, so Disney has properties in Europe,
yes.
and they have water parks.
Yes.
Can you go topless at a Parisian Disney water
I'm
park?
gonna say no, probably, right?
I don't know.
I've never seen. You'd think we'd see pictures out of the internet, topless women at Disneyland. It's every 10-year-old boy's dream.
No kidding.
Toy Story and boobies? Pretty sweet. 252 WCMF. A simple question online applies different to us here in New York State. Would you be okay with women allowed to go topless at water parks? And we're actually trying to figure out, because of the laws here in New York State where women are allowed to be topless wherever else men are in public places, as long as they're not titillating, would Seabreeze or Darien Lake or Roseland Water Park as private businesses be able to throw out a woman who took her top off to walk around the water park?
But then you're getting into all kind of weird side issues that you're not even thinking of at the time.
For example?
What's the age? Because a boy can go in there with his shirt off.
Well, yeah,
Can
but
a kid go in? Can a young girl? No.
well, but why? I mean, again, it's not to titillate.
I know, but there's creeps.
I understand.
And they're kids
but
and they're
there's
young
also
girls.
creeps that are into boys with their shirts off.
I know, but
what?
We're opening up another can of worms.
I mean, are we? Look, I'm not advocating for topless underage girls. The point
No,
I'm making
but
is
that's the thing. Like if a 16-year-old boy can go down that slide topless, why can't a 16-year-old girl?
I mean, it's a valid question.
Yeah.
It's a valid question.
Yeah. See the hand?
So, well, I guess
Yeah.
in Europe, like on a topless beach, can kids
I don't know.
do that too?
I would love for you to Google that, but I'm sure
I
we'll end up
don't
showing
want
up some
to.
list.
We don't
No.
need the FBI here.
There you go.
Like
yeah.
again, is that just something you grow up with where nobody sees it as weird?
Okay, so that's a question. I mean, but that's it. You said there's a whole can of worms. That's the only
Yeah.
one.
That's a huge can.
Yeah, that would make it complicated.
16-year-old girls going
You'd have
topless down the slide.
You have to put a lot of this stuff in writing, right? If
Right.
you're doing age limits
Yeah.
and yeah.
It would have to be a 18. It had to be over 18.
Well, but
Young gals, put your tops on.
if you say it like that, it's probably fine.
You need to be fresh out of college.
We come back, we wrap it up. We tell you what we're doing Monday next here in the break room on CMF. It's going to be Rapperoo.
The old Friday Rapperoozy.
For a Friday Break Room CMF tonight.
What's going on tonight?
Game 5, right? Yeah, Game 5 of the Oilers Stars series.
Yep.
Ooh.
Western Conference Finals.
Oilers
Stars.
Yes.
Tonight 2-2.
Yeah.
I think it's tonight, 8:30 on TNT. Yeah. Dallas minus 130.
Oh, who's not going to watch that?
Well, it's the only sports thing really going on tonight, unless you're a baseball fan. The NBA Finals are
It's
set.
all set.
Yeah,
Yeah.
after yesterday, the Dallas Mavericks beat Minnesota, which sucks.
Oh, so Dallas could have 2 teams in the finals then?
Yes, at the same time.
Wow.
Yeah, that could happen. So it's Celtics, Mavs, but that series is going to start for like another 6 days.
Yeah, I think it starts Thursday. Is that what you said? Yeah.
Well, Eastern Conference was a sweep, and the other one was
Yeah.
1 in 5 games, Western Conference, which kind of sucks because I've actually been really, really enjoying the NBA playoffs this year.
Okay.
They've been great. I know you don't stay up and watch them.
I got no interest, man. I cannot watch any of this stuff.
You can't watch any of it.
I can watch the highlights.
I go on to highlight, but I can't watch any of the lifestyle. I don't like it. It's not like that.
I don't know how the hell you're going to watch an Oilers Stars game.
That game last night, the last game they played, Oilers went down 2-0, scored 5 unanswered goals.
All right.
Unbelievably good.
I bet. I can't wait for you to tell me all about it.
Shut up. We got to get out of the way.
Okay.
For Kimmy,
Yeah.
who was not putting up with any crap from anybody today.
Oh, no.
Not 4 espresso shot Tommy today.
For WLA, whose heart's about to explode.
Bro, I am buzzed out.
Well, you're buzzing it out?
I am buzzed out.
My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you Monday morning, 6 a.m. here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF.